Why you loving golf?
morning, ladies and... Oh, I thought that was part of the soundtrack. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the event. Very happy to see so many people on a Sunday morning. My name is Dr. Liu Kai Kun. As a teenager here in the 1990s in Substation, I'm really honored to be invited for this event today to moderate a wonderful session. So just some updates. Unfortunately, Farhan Idris and Adrian Kwan would not be able to present in this session live or via the internet, so they send their apologies, and we are so left with two speakers nonetheless. Still going to be very interesting. Dr. Ho Soo Phen and Subhas Nair. So we will start with Soo Phen first. Would you like to, from the Singapore Management University? Yeah, so we'll leave the floor to you, Soo Phen, and after that, Subhas will take over. So thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you to, first and foremost, thank you to the Substation for inviting me to be part of this event, and also thank you to Ellen for extending the invite to me, and also to Karine for organizing everything. I hope you get a good rest tonight. Today, my presentation, I will not have any answers or any kind of key arguments, but rather I'm going to use two case studies to throw up a few questions for critical reflection and discussion and contemplation as well. Okay, my two questions really revolve around three key questions. What does it mean to make space for the arts in Singapore? What does it mean to lose space for the arts in Singapore? And also, what does it mean to hold space for the arts in Singapore as well? And I will talk about these these areas using two case studies. But first, some background, and here I'm not going to go through a huge, long, historical overview because I think Audrey Wong from yesterday's panel already did that. But I thought I wanted to start, with a quote from the original conference in 1995, and here I am referring to Sasi's piece in particular, which is nicely titled "Art Here: What Price Space?" And here I just chosen a few key quotes for us to introduce us into thinking about this idea of space or the narrative of space in Singapore. So I'll just read out a bit of it, where Sasi stated in 1995, "We are a nation intimately connected with the notion of space," or more correctly, we are a nation intimately connected with the lack of it. Part of the package of buying the story is accepting the lie that culture and artistic development are necessarily secondary to and predicated upon economic development. And from his quote here, I guess you can then see why it is important that we have state policy that advocates for the importance of space for artists and arts practice. Here I have a quote from a personal interview that I did with Liu Taiker, who was the chief planner of the Urban Redevelopment Authority in the late 1980s to early 1990s, and then he also became chairman of the NAC in the mid-1990s as well. So here he was responding to my question about asking him more about the rationale of why there was a need for formal allocation of space for artists in urban planning policy. So he stated, "Singapore is unlike other cities. They have a huge amount of hinterland. The artists can create arts colonies in the hinterlands even without zoning control. Whereas in Singapore, the government controls every piece of land. So you cannot just go and set up something. Our artists have nowhere to go." So, since the 1980s, we also see that there have been, quite a diversity of government-supported arts spaces in Singapore. Here, I've just tried to briefly summarize it into kind of 4 key phases from the 1990s to present day as well. And then I also listed out some examples that emerged from each phase as well, which I will not elaborate in detail. But I think one key kind of policy that to note is the Arts Housing Scheme, which was started in 1985 as an artist assistance scheme that was really meant to provide highly subsidized work and rehearsal spaces for artists and arts groups as well. And the idea of it was really about, the main idea about it, and the quote comes from the right, is really thinking about how to utilize disused government buildings, which could then be rented to arts groups at nominal rental as well. Since 1985, the arts housing policy has also developed tremendously. There have also been a proliferation of art spaces that have been acquired for arts housing spaces as well. And then also in 2010, the policy was reviewed as well, and then the framework for art spaces came out as well. Here I just have quotes that kind of briefly kind of summarizes kind of key ideas from the policy, and also hopefully you can start to see the shift in some of the state thinking about these spaces as well. And then here I move on to present day, and here I just have 2 quotes from our SG Arts Plan, which is the latest master plan from the National Arts Council. And we see here the thinking about space, kind of mimics a lot about what Sasi stated in his piece in 1995 as well, whereas there is always this pressure to think about land scarcity, and then the pressure then leads to this need to optimize and maximize space, and in particular to think about gross floor area as well, which I think Alvin Tan mentioned yesterday in his presentation as well. So, and in particular, you can see this from the quote on the right as well, where our SG Arts Plan states, since 1985, the gross floor area for the arts administered by NEC has grown substantially from about 18,000 square meters to 85,000 square meters in 2015. With Singapore's limited land space and NEC's finite space resources, we need to ensure that whatever space we have is well used for arts creation and presentation. Many of these spaces can also be platforms for placemaking and community engagement. So you see then there's this need to really optimize space for the arts, not just for arts practice, but also for other purposes as well. So then here, I'm going to start to look at 2 case studies for us to think a little bit more about this provision of space for the arts in Singapore as well. The first case study I'll draw on is one from the substation, which is actually a program developed by Alan Wee here during his tenureship as artistic director. Some of you might recall that when Alan took over the substation, there was some tension, some disagreements involved in that. I think, and in particular, in terms of Alan's vision for the substation. Alan's response to that was to then develop his first kind of teamed and full-scale public program in response to some of the questions and some of the tensions that came up from the town halls and the discussions that he had with many artists as well. So here on the left, I have a quote from Alan where he to talk about why he developed the program, and then on the left is some quotes or some questions that the program strived to address, and I took this from the press release. So I'll just read it out. So and this program was titled "Is That All There Is?" And then this program, according to the press release, states that it aims to address or even think about questions such as how do we negotiate the rhetoric and values of the global city? Why and how do we make art? How should art spaces be run? What good are the arts? So then this program was then developed, started in September 2016 and had 3 kind of key programs, or what they call 3 chapters. The first was a takeover by Post Museum by Jen and Tien. The second was one that questioned what it meant to be a home for the arts. And then the third one was the co-op, which I'll now talk about. So the co-op really was developed for us to think about the questions, about what if the substation didn't have an artistic director, or what if the substation didn't even have program managers. So then, and then here I just have, again, a quote from Alan as well that talks about the rationale in why he wanted this program. I remember that talking to him and as well as the program managers was that they were also thinking before that this eventual program came to be, they were also thinking about ways in which artists could take over spaces in the substation and how to experiment with that. I think that at one point there was also the idea that whether the substation could allocate areas or small plots of land to people to take over and to use. But then of course questions about operationalization, management, and also what happens to the space substation as a whole and its accountability as well then arose. So then eventually the co-op and its kind of project brief then came to be. So the co-op, here I just have some anchoring questions which came from the project brief, or rather these were some questions that when the program was first conceptualized, it tried to address. So I'll just read them out. The program tried to address how do we contextualize openness and plurality within the arts landscape in Singapore? How can a site or public space such as the substation exercise these values of openness and plurality? How can the terms of engagement between various stakeholders in a space be co-authored? How might a cooperative model function in a Singaporean context? To address these questions, what happened was that an open call was established for people to apply to become part of this cooperative. There were 42 applications, and then out of the 42, 13 was selected, and then the 13, together with 2 program managers from the substation, then made up the co-op as 15 members. The selection criteria was to think about whether these people could form a group that could represent ideals such as commitment, diversity, and openness as well. What was also interesting to note was that apart from these 15 members, the substation also had 1 guest producer, Tui In, to ensure that the co-op could deliver its deliverables as well. So here, I'm not going to go through the entire process of the co-op, but here I just have a summary of the key moments as well, where you can see how the co-op progressed from meeting 1 all the way to its final meeting in March as well. So you can see that at the start, there was when the co-op met, and the co-op met quite regularly as well. They were exploring ideas of how do they work together as a team, and what would the rules of engagement be, what values, what beliefs would the co-op represent as well. And then at meeting 3, our guest producer remarked that little has been done to progress in terms of progress of the co-op as well. Because I think one thing here to note is that the co-op wasn't just meant to figure out rules of engagement and how to work together. But more importantly, the co-op was meant to take over the programming for the substation in February 2017. So then there was pressure on and then so after that, I remember that after that remark from Tui that little has been done, then the co-op then started to shift its thinking as well, where instead of exploring how the group would work together, or models in terms of how the group would work together, then the group started to think about, think quite pragmatically, quite practically, quite realistically as well. They started to talk about programming, what they wanted to do for the substation in February in 2017 as well. So you can see that the bulk of the meetings were really about thinking about the programming as well. And finally in February, the co-op then managed to put up a whole month of programs as well. Here I just have 2 pictures to represent again the shift in thinking of the co-op, from quite early, and the shift, like I mentioned, happened quite early at the start as well, where like I said, it was thinking away from the terms of engagement and to thinking about questions about programming as well, and you can also see the shift in terms of the values behind the questions as well. Here I have a nice quote from Mr. Alan Wee, not one that is directly related to the co-op, but one, and this was actually his reflections on an earlier program of the larger program, Is That All There Is, where he was reflecting on the post-museum's takeover of the substation before the co-op took over, and I wanted to use this quote in particular because I think it kind of represents and it summarizes and it reflects also some of the tensions that the co-op went through as well, and also some of the realistic practicalities that you have to think about when you have space for the arts in Singapore as well. So I'll read out a huge chunk of it. Because I think it's a very nice piece of reflection from Alan. So he said, he stated, if you are part of the arts, you might have heard that Post Museum is taking over the substation. Yes, we invited them to occupy our entire first floor, from the corridor to the gallery, the black box, and yes, the toilets. We invited them because we felt that the sub had lost its vital role as a civic and public space in supporting LGBT, animal rights, and the like, as a nomadic and formally housed collective that constantly blurs the lines between art and social causes. We are curious how they will use the building. 1 week before they open in September, and this idea is falling apart. We can't deal with their free and easy working style. They can't give us clarity on installation or schedules. We try to lay down the rules. Hair is pulled, sleep is lost. We suspend some rules, we overcompensate with others. Today I asked Tian, when are you replacing our sub sign with yours? It's a takeover leh. He says, no what? Cause look at all the tech riders and stuff we have to clear. If it was truly a takeover, you would just pass us the keys and we would open and close anytime. In my mind, doomsday scenarios. How would we know who is here, or if something goes missing, or worse, someone, etc., etc.? But you know Tian is right. And the only reason all this friction is happening is because I missed the bigger picture. That in fact, Post Museum coming to occupy the sub isn't just about the ideological of what art spaces stand for, but about the daily practice and operations and its correspondent values. I think about what Godwin says, perhaps artists have only been users, and the sub has only been a venue. All the rules we have in place are designed to protect our organizational needs, not necessarily the artists. But some artists are also them one kind. We tell them not to drill, then they do it immediately after we turn away. Then there are artists who just take, and never give. We can and have drawn the lines, but those lines only show us the failure and limitations of our relationship with artists, because we are not a community, and that judgment really is on both the sub and the artists. We have to learn to do things better together, learn to love and respect the space so that there is an etiquette and understanding, not necessarily a bunch of higher terms. Along the way, there may be some people who abuse the space. Well, maybe we have to accept that that's inevitably part of what it means to run the sub. Maybe there's a far bigger price to pay when we put in rules to stop a few who damage our space. Maybe the price is the very loss of what we claim to stand for, openness and plurality, most of all arts community. It cuts both ways. And he said this in 2016. Yes. Sorry. There was, as I mentioned as well, then the co-op managed to put up a month of programming because it had to really go through a lot of these practical considerations as well. And there was a lot of pressure for the co-op to meet things such as, the licensing deadlines, and also thinking about things like tech riders, really all the practical concerns as well. But what the co-op came up with was really 4 programs that really investigated the act of commoning as well. And these were just 4 posters of the programs that the co-op came up as well. I think one thing to note as well was this quote from one of the members of the co-op as well, where she said, and this was only post after the co-op had ended, and she said this, I never got to know them as friends till now. And I think this quote really says a lot about how the co-op and its rules of engagement really, and how it took place as well. And for her, she only got to know the co-op as people, as friends, when, they were gallery sitting during their month of programming at the substation gallery as well. So, and I think this quote just says it all. But I think that even though the co-op as well is a temporary program that is now gone, I think we should also think about it really as just one small part in the larger programming that Alan has done for the substation during his tenureship as well, where after Is That All There Is, he also had Discipline the City and also now a public square as well. And I think also with the closing program, the exhibition that's in the gallery currently as well, I can see then also some of the remnants of what he wanted at the start, for the co-op as well, which was about, possibilities or ways to explore how people could take over spaces as well, and how we could, invite them to collaborate with the substation, to co-create with the substation perhaps as well, and to really take over these spaces and use these spaces for what they wanted these spaces to be as well. So I invite you to check out the program when you have the exhibition in the gallery if you have time as well, which is called Propose a Parklet. I think here also we need to think about the co-op also as part of why Ellen chose to step down in February 2019 as well, and in particular the pressures that were placed on the co-op as well in terms of not just figuring out how to operate, how to engage, but also to put up a whole month of programming as well. And here we have to also remember that a lot of the members were really also not used to this idea of programming, because the co-op also had members from diverse backgrounds as well. So we had students, we also had non-artists as well in the team. And then here, I will just read out a few choice quotes again from Ellen, which explains why which he said in response to to explain why he chose to step down, but I think again also reflects, the bigger pressures that the co-op face. So he said in 2019, the reality, however, is that because in Singapore, the art scene is driven by particular KPIs, as well as there are so many art events all the time, it's hard to cut above the noise. A lot of it becomes a paint by numbers kind of game sometimes, and that's one of the things that I would like to be able to step back from. I like to be able to spend more time on work that is meaningful, rather than always churning out program after program. There's too much programming. Being socially and politically engaged took a backseat to the superficial excitement of attending a program, and I think that Substation might be guilty of that as well. So moving from that temporary kind of experimental program to another case study here, and here I will look at Kent Center 42 to really think about what does it mean to lose space in the arts and for the arts in Singapore. For those of you who might not be familiar with Center 42, Center 42 is a non-profit theatre development organization that was set up in 2014 and has since occupied 42 Waterloo Street. Over the years, apart from putting up numerous quality programs that showcase local artists and local works as well, it has also developed a reputation for being a safe space for artistic production and for artistic incubation and experimentation as well. Here I just have two quotes from people, from two practitioners and managers as well that have used the space or have been beneficiaries of Center 42, creating this safe space as well. And both quotes basically talk about, again, how Center 42 has really become that safe space as well. And not just a safe space, but as Melissa Lim from the Necessary Stage states, it has also become an open and accommodating space as well. I think also here, when we think about Center 42 as well, and when we think about it in relation, and because it was in relation to state expectations versus reality as well, in particular as well, because Center 42, like Substation, is also an arts housing space, so it leases its space from the National Arts Council at a highly subsidized rate. I think there's often constant pressure for Center 42 to look like the picture on the right rather than the picture on the left, despite it being an incubation space, which, and as you would know, incubation has to happen behind closed doors for it to be a safe space as well. Coincidentally, the picture that on the right comes from an annual program that they have done over the last few years, Late Night Texting, which is put up as part of the Singapore Night Festival, and its first edition was 2016 and its last edition was 2019 last year. So all the pictures show that kind of bustling, kind of vibrancy that maybe the state expects from art spaces like Center 42 and maybe even the Substation as well. I think I think it's useful to rethink also, apart from late night texting, being those, having, or having achieved, key KPIs such as footfall and also audience development and engagement as well. I think it's useful to also think about late night texting also as an innovative program in terms of audience cultivation, and more importantly, in terms of the space that it offers for artists as well. Because late night texting, the model is that a diversity of text-based works is put up in a diversity of formats as well, in easily digestible 30-minute durations. So for a lot of artists, because it's a short, it's only just 30 minutes, it then becomes a very safe space to showcase new works and also new works in progress as well. And the artists also get to experiment with a diversity of formats, from spoken word to dramatized readings as well. I think more importantly, we also have to think about late night texting as really a program that emerged because of, the kind of collective thinking about Center 42 as a safe space for experimentation and gathering as well. Here I just have a quote from Yan Ling, who is the company manager of Center 42, and this is a personal quote from her when I asked her again, how did late night texting emerge as well. So she said, what we had then, so she was talking about, how late night texting was first developed in 2016. So she said, what we had then was 2 to 3 years of relationships with artists and arts groups who had trust in us, in our ways of thinking, our values, and our mission to grow the local theatre scene, and with whom we also had confidence in, particularly their ideas and processes of creation. This mutual trust and faith allowed us to deliver a successful inaugural late night texting in 2016, which we have since evolved into a platform that responds both to the needs of our artists to test new works and the desire to allow audiences, especially new ones, to acquaint themselves with and cultivate positive experiences with local theatre and artists. But of course, as some of you would know, in January 2020, the National Arts Council announced the third location of the Arts Resource Hub. This third location meant that Center 42 would now, from 1st of May 2020, would no longer be the sole tenant of 42 Waterloo Street. Instead, it would have to co-share its space with the Arts Resource Hub. I think what was interesting that when this news when this news was circulated, especially amongst the arts community, there was a collective response of surprise, of dismay, of disappointment, and also confusion as well. And here I just have two choice quotes from a lot of the social media responses that came out to this announcement as well. One from a student and one from an arts practitioner as well. And maybe we can think about these collective responses as, acts of solidarity as well. And you will realize that from a lot of the quotes, it talks about Center 42 more than just being a physical space, but really about the community that it has kind of created over the last few years. Here, and this is another quote as well from a public article from Arts Equator as well, again, for us to further think about these responses as collective acts of solidarity. Here, I just have NEC's response, not to these quotes, not to these responses, but then again, I wanted to use this this article from today, really to show that again the similarities of the thinking from the start, from Sasi's article in 1995, from how they thought of the arts housing scheme in 1985, and to today as well. So where there's this stress about the constant pressure to space optimize and maximize as well. Because here, as the National Arts Council has stated, the reality is that with a flourishing art scene comes growing demand for spaces, among other resources. But together, we can program meaningful and varied cultural activities that more Singaporeans can enjoy. Here I move on to the last section, and here it's a short one to really question about how can we really and truly hold space for the arts in Singapore, where hopefully through the two case studies that I've shown, one the co-op, but also within the larger context of the substation and also the displacement of Center 42, to think about questions about what does it really mean to hold space for the arts in Singapore. The second and third questions actually comes from Professor Koh Tai An from again the 1995 conference as well, where she was the chair of this particular panel in 1995, socializing the space. And in her remarks, she asked, who determines, advances, and controls and limits these spaces? How are agreements entered into and negotiated for the occupation and use of these spaces? And then here also there's my question about how can there be spaces of commoning? And what I mean by spaces of commoning is then a set of spatial relations produced by practices that arise from coming together. And then here also, can we also then think about our art spaces in different ways, about how art spaces are perhaps, also possibility spaces. This idea of possibility spaces, I quote from Eva Grunberg, who used to run a community-centric art space in the States, and she calls possibility space, and she used the term possibility space as a way to describe the way she ran her art center, and she described possibility spaces as spaces that are accessible and inclusive spaces, which promote an environment of generosity, conviviality, and the messiness of coexisting differences, as well as an openness that allows new ideas and forms to take shape in favor of habitual responses or patterns. Here, so I also then, to help us think about, space, beyond just mere physical space provision, I then also bring back another quote from, again, the original 1995 conference, and this was a paper that was part of the original panel from 1995 as well by So Kee Ching, and in this paper, it was proposed that we can think about three roles of art spaces in Singapore: provision, mediation, but also protection as well. I'll just read out the second quote because I think it's quite apt to kind of start to summarize some of the key ideas from my presentation. So Kee Ching stated, institutions explicitly or implicitly set standards and make choices. The artist's choice of a space is not really a free choice. It is governed by the underlying philosophies propounded by the supporting organization or individuals. In doing so, the institutions serve as mediators between the artistic community and the community at large, and in doing so, convey the underlying philosophies to the artist. In a sense, this is the mechanism by which the society of a community group maintains and propagates its values and propositions. What can and should institutions as space providers do to protect those artists' intellectual properties and moral rights? Here, I'd just like to conclude with a series of questions to maybe help us to further reflect and contemplate what art spaces in Singapore can really do to hold space for artists and enable this idea of coming together as well. And some of the questions include, can we unlearn dominant ideologies and narratives of space management and space optimization? Can we really make and hold space for informal cultures, the unexpected and the yet to be initiated? And more importantly, how can we thrive together in difference? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sufan. So, Alan, you need to answer to some of the slides later. So, from the possibility spaces in the material sphere, we perhaps may move a little bit more to the cyber sphere, which may be limitless, but there are boundaries as well, as probably our next speaker, Mr. Subhas Nair, will attest or may talk about it, but I think Subhas needs no further introduction, but he's one of the prominent rappers and hip-hop artists in Singapore. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you. Okay, everyone can hear me, right? Perfect. Thank you for being here, given the COVID situation, and it's early in the morning, so thanks for being here. And first of all, I want to start by just acknowledging the sub. Thank you, a big thank you to the sub. I actually had my debut album launch right here. I'll never forget this space, and lots more shows to come, hopefully. So thank you, Alan, Kareen, for setting all this up. Beautiful people at the sub, the people working in the back too. Appreciate y'all. So yes, the substation. Wow. Today, my presentation is going to be really actually quite simple. My name is Subhash, and I'm an independent artist in Singapore, hip-hop artist in Singapore. Really, I have an idea, okay? And that is, I want to change the world through storytelling in Singapore. Like macam TED Talk, right? Big idea all. But really, let me share with you a little bit through this interrogation of space and how this idea of space like held different meanings to me in my growing up experience up to this point in my creative process. And and through this art making, this hip hop that can exist and to me in my work exists most of the time as a tool of resistance and a tool for social change. So, yeah, hopefully this can, if anybody's artists, I'm sure a lot of you are artists in your own way here. Hopefully we can talk more a lot about a lot of these topics later, and hopefully you can inspire you all a little bit. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so discussing space. I'm going to break this up into 4 main categories, okay? The first is growing up and space through my worldview or my lens of seeing. And then is the production of public space. And this really, the second section is going to be my time as an undergrad, just interrogating different notions of what space is and how that, everything here, how it leads to my work today. The third one is actually me deciding to become a rapper. I'm an urban studies major, an environmental policy minor. So like, why am I a rapper? Why am I here today? Art making and creating space. That's what I'm going to talk about. That's the third section. And the last section is interrogating every stage, including this one that I'm on here today. So, yeah, let's move on. Okay, so me, a little bit about myself, okay? This is baby me. A little bit about myself is that, look, we know the labels. I'm a first-gen college student, low-income, ethnic minority, Singaporean male. I've been here, born and raised. And, I always looked at, my lens of seeing space has always been the small. I was the student who never put my hand to my heart in school. I always got in trouble for that. And I never sang. I don't even know the lyrics of Where I Belong. I never sang along. And this is a little bit about how I thought about space growing up here. I always saw the world around me in lyrics and rhymes and poems. And that's how I perceived it. However, I was really in survival mode for a lot of my childhood. You see, my dad, abusive, gambling addiction, and our family stood by him through very tough times, cancer, suicide attempts, the whole gamut. And a lot of my English, actually, was learned through hip-hop music. And sitting next to my dad while he was gambling everything away, watching EPL. So that's I appreciated the extravagant language of the UK commentators because that's how I learned English, at least beyond the classroom. And, and I put my headphones on as a kid to drown out all that drama that was going on at home. And I went downstairs to play basketball because I knew that was an escape for me into a different reality, in a different world. And I always knew, though, that I was the other. Basketball opened up so many doors for me. I went to Hwa Chong because I played basketball. Not because I applied there, but because they came to Innova JC where I was posted and grabbed me and told my dad, this boy is coming to Hwa Chong, he's going to win us some championships, and I had no say in that. So I was in Hwa Chong where I was one of the only few brown people in Hwa Chong. Me, Tharman Shanmugaratnam's 2 sons, and 1 or 2 other Malay girls, and then it was the cleaning staff and all the service staff at Hwa Chong. So I knew what it was like to be the other, and juggling that juxtapositions of identity and space and what does that mean to kind of exist here, to wear that uniform, to sing the national anthem and then the Hwa Chong anthem. I always knew that othering process was so apparent to me. But back then I wasn't this woke, to be honest with you. I still was fighting fires at home and I was still just trying to make it in school. I was just trying to catch up. Me and my sister and all the tuition classes and trying to study Chinese language in a higher Chinese school, not easy. But you know what? So the thing is, I was always painfully aware also of how much space I was taking up. Even up to today, when I cannot go into the train, even as an empty seat, I don't sit. Because I know what that optics could look like. And that was something that was ingrained in me from when I was a kid, because I was the Indian kid because I studied Mandarin. I was always Indian, but not Indian enough. And because I understood Mandarin, I always understood what people were talking, what people were saying on the basketball court, in public space. I was always aware, and sometimes I wish I didn't know how to translate. So the thing is, all that was going on, I knew things were different, and I knew that there was still poetry around me. I just didn't know how to articulate that, right? And you see, also there's a certain kind of psychological trauma growing up as a young boy. Was a little bit nonconformist in nature. The trauma of the inescapability that is NS, knowing that you had to serve 2 years in military service, like it or not. Everybody did, you had to do it. All systems around you groomed you towards those 2 years. So, yeah, actually I played basketball. I was on the national team, the youth setup, and what eventually happened was I had to give up a scholarship to U Chicago because my dad left the family so conveniently, and I had to go serve NS. I was hoping that he would get me a ticket out of here. I was willing to give up my Singapore citizenship. I wanted to leave Singapore from when I was a very, very young boy. I hated this place. And the worst part of it was that everybody seemed happy here. That irked me, that unquestioning happy, that comfortable acquiescing happy. No one around me asked the same questions that I felt like I was asking, but then again, my world was that small. By the time I got out of NS, I remember crying every single night in the first month to my mom, to my sister, wondering and having so many dark thoughts when I was in NS. By the time I got out, I was hell-bent on leaving. When my mom sat me down, we were living on rent. We've been living on rent for 12 years up till today. My mom sat me down. She told me, Subhash, I want you to be the first person in this family to go to college. Go for the NUS open house. Just try, she told me. So I was like, okay, what's there to lose, right? I'm just going to go. I went in, I hated it. Went in from Cambridge, came out at Dover. I was like, wow, no way. How am I going to tell my mom? Then Yale and US. I saw it on the way out. I was just like, all right, let me go check it out. It's a new space. It's an imagined space. Let me just go try. And turned out they brought me on this room tour to a campus, and they were trying to sell me on a campus that didn't even exist. But it's how they sold that idea of a space and the potential of space that I said, you know what? I'm going to give this a try. I applied, the only school I applied to. I told my mom, this is the middle ground. I applied to this. If I don't get in, I'm not going to school. I will figure this out. I've always been hustling. I know how to make this work. I applied, I got in, and it was like, I don't know how I got in, and that was my story up till then. I knew at that moment what I thought about space, what I thought about belonging in space, all that was going to change. This is a little bit from the first song on my debut album, Not a Public Assembly. This is Block 101 Sunset Way. It's where I spent the most time as a kid growing up. Okay, so now I'm in Yale and US, right? And there's this huge opportunity in front of me. There's all that burden of all my mom was saying, and knowing all the realities at home. I went into school not knowing what I wanted to major in even. I just knew I was there. Then there was this word, this major that said urban studies. I don't know what the hell that meant. Because you know how urban is used, right? Urban is used just to replace black a lot of times. Urban culture, society, urban music, it's black culture. As a rapper, that's really important. I established that. A lot of times that's what happens, right? It's a convenient way. It's like whitewashing almost. So what is urban studies though? Is it the study of a city? Is it the study of me and my relationship with the city? Could I actually get to a better understanding of what space means, or what the publicness of space means, or who can produce that space? I had all these questions growing up, but I didn't even know until I read the syllabus that, oh, wow, there's a whole language to this. So I fell in love. I really, really fell in love because of the potential of what that major could mean to me, the potential of space, the potential of that reuse, the rearticulation of space. So here are some people who influenced me, for better or worse. These are some of the texts that I read, that I loved, that really were kind of pivotal in me deciding to be a rapper and use music as a tool to that resistance, to that social change. I mean, okay, first of all, you have Corbusier and Lee Kuan Yew. I mean, it's obvious. The relationship there. Corbusier used this very scientific rationality to think about cities, that top-down city that must be most efficient for speed of the automobile, right? That bird's eye view down onto the city, that top-down class hierarchy. You see that everywhere. And, I mean, that's another presentation also for another day, longer one. Huh? Next, you have Jane Jacobs, who almost did the complete inverse, that inductive approach to thinking about cities, like the anti-car city, the city for people, and thinking about the uneven average, giving clues. And I was like, hey, I see so many of the uneven average, the outliers around me in my world, the houses, the homes of my growing up experience. Nobody's talking about them. And then on top of that, you have Simon Abdul Malik, and talking about people as infrastructures, right? People who, when the state fails, whether it's a dam or a bridge or a road, it's people who will be the ones carrying water from point A to point B. The communities of network and resilience that can exist, the power of people to make up for that space lost. And then it made me think about why here in Singapore so often that gap between serving the needs of the people is always filled by like NGOs in that space. And so it really made me ask, like, why aren't better questions being asked, and why is it that we aren't serving the needs of the most vulnerable? Why do human beings have to step in from that capacity instead of the state, like providing, right? So, and then here's something that I really love. I love Jennifer Robinson's work on ordinary cities, because we were talking so much about smart cities, green cities, global cities, creative cities, but Jennifer Robinson's work made me think like, hey, my city is a space worth talking about, worth retelling. It's an ordinary city. It's none of those labels, because cities have inherent dynamism that those labels will never capture, right? And I thought about like that, plus what Jane Jacobs was saying about thinking about the small, the very, very small, and looking at that as a microcosm for so much more. And it inspired me to want to do more, to want to say more. Because I didn't believe in first world, third world, develop. All those trajectories are impositions on a process. There's so much more. I think we exist in the process. So all these works resonated so closely with me. And then these two pieces specifically, Lefebvre's work talking about blind fields and future utopias and imagined spaces. The fact that we can only think about the future through the urban configuration and the hegemonies of the now, and how we need to really open up our mind, and people need to dwell politically, and we need to look at the data of lived experience before we can come together and imagine a utopia that may be focused more on that same very small. So I'm using all these works in together, right? It made me think, hey, where's my data? Where's the data of my mom or my sis? Or the auntie with the varicose veins at the hawker center who nobody cares about, right? Like, where's all this data? Aren't these our lived experiences? Why the one narrative? That was my biggest takeaway. Why is there only one narrative? And lastly, now this defensible space theory is from Oscar Newman in studying New York. But here's what happens, right? When I'm a kid, I always loved to do this. I would always, when there's a wedding or funeral at my void deck, I always go there. And I always, if I know the person, I would say, I'm sorry. I try to spend some time there, try to absorb that space. If it's a wedding, I'm very happy. I'm like, hey, congratulations. I don't even know you, but congratulations. And I always thought, Subhash, why the hell do you do this? You're living in these places like for a year. The boxes don't get unpacked in your house, right? These are all rental spaces. Why do you do that? And that's because of that wanting to belong. That needing deep down inside of me, I want to belong, even if it's a temporary moment. The fact that I can make someone's day, the fact that I can feel like we are connected, even for a brief moment, that meant something to me. So all that happened, and I did 2 internships, okay, when I was in school. I did one with the Center for Livable Cities, thinking about how public space has changed over time. I worked with Dr. Hee Lee Min. It's a research think tank, the Center for Livable Cities. And then on top of that, I won a case competition that I just tried, and I went to IBM to work in China in the Pearl River Delta, and they were doing smart city tech. Now, after those 2 internships, I knew that I could not work within the system. Number one, because the think tanks only think. That's all they do. Like, there was no action. What happens is we eventually give license for policy to just proceed as is, because now they just have it's like a participatory kind of consultative democracy. Oh, now we have the opposing view. We have done our due diligence. Let's proceed anyway. I didn't want to keep giving license for that kind of processes in this country. And then on the other hand, where were the people? I was in a meeting with IBM officials and all that, and we were speaking, and it was amazing. It was like, oh my God, we're going to build Nansha, a new area, and we're going to be doing all these amazing things, but there was not a single consideration about a person. And the city was being built from the ground up. There were no people involved in that process. Like, what is a space? What is a place? Who gets to define these things? And what is that power of that one meeting in a boardroom that impacts decades and generations of people? I didn't want that. I wanted to go back to the data of lived experience. So here's what's up. After that, and these are all very important moments in my college career, but here probably is the biggest and most important moment. The Little India riots, 2013 December. This was around my first year of college, and I didn't know how to feel when this happened, because for the first time, I felt like I needed to be on the streets. I felt like being there. I felt like I needed to take up that space and grieve with people who look a lot like me. When Denise Phua called large congregations of people in Little India walking time bombs, the first thing I thought about was the lyric. Denise Phua called my people walking time bombs. Then how come I haven't blown up with all of my songs, right? And a lot more other lyrics that I were in first or second drafts that I did not put. But this hurt because she was talking about people who could not respond. She was talking about people in Little India. She probably, I don't know how many times MPs or how many times Singtels or StarHubs come down to Little India when it's not for profit or not for that posturing. How many times do they actually spend that time and invest in the people there and understand the difference that Little India is not just all Indian? There's some Muslim spaces in Little India. There's some spaces that, what about the mini-mart space? What about this space, that space? People don't care. And so I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to coalesce everything, and I'm going to write a capstone thesis. And this was my final paper in school, and I was very happy I did this. But very importantly, one big message that all this gave to me was that this space is not for me. It's not for people who look like me. What you see this photo on the right is actually the policing that happens in Little India. This photo was taken in 2017. But if you go to Little India on a Sunday, like later today, go, and you will see that there's about like hundreds of thousands of migrant workers there. And every corner you turn, the Kampong Kapur police division is there, either parking their cars or moving in space just to remind people, checking them, checking ID. NEA is there, catching for cigarettes. All these processes happen. And then we have this idea of crisis, right? Spectacular time. Spectacular time creates these moments of disaster capitalism where we have rules like the alcohol policy that is island-wide that they can instill because of a riot. When we categorize something as a riot, what's that nuance? So all these things led to this capstone thesis that I worked on about public space. So in some way, I don't know, when I was planning for this presentation, I was like, wow, Sub wants me to talk about space, right? Like, I don't want to make it like academic, but like I did do academic work on public space. That was like trippy for me because this piece was actually just a bunch of interviews. It was a bunch of interviews that I had with migrant workers in Little India, who are still today my friends. And just understanding the world through that lens, and even knowing how much the migrant workers loved Singapore, being there, made me really think that, hey, this is not about whether we belong or not. This is about justice. It doesn't matter if I belong in space. That could be an afterthought for my own process. But there are stories that need to be heard, and I think I'm starting to accrue a platform through that pathway of, I guess to me it's a privilege to be able to like play basketball well enough to go to a school like Hwa Chong, to use that on my applications to go to a school like Yale and US, to this, the that. Everything led me to this one point of writing this paper. And then after I wrote this paper, I was done with college. So I asked myself this one question. Subhash, did you live your life differently from everybody around you growing up? Only for it to be the same from this point moving forward. What was I going to do with my career, was my question. And I know Henri Lefebvre and Ananya Roy would be very disappointed if I went back to work for the URA. So I decided, hey, you know what? What do I love? I love hip-hop. Hip-hop raised me when my dad wasn't here. Kendrick Lamar raised me. So, and I thought, since I already see the world as rhymes and poetry, why not translate that? Why not do something with that, right? So before you do something, right, you got to get the lay of the land. So I always ask myself, how come I never listened to Singapore hip-hop? Like, where are the local hip-hop artists in this space? Like, why did it never resonate with me? And really, I couldn't vibe with what Singaporean hip-hop artists were talking about. It didn't relate to me. It didn't feed back into that data of lived experience, because my lived experience didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like fast cars and jewelry. It's not me, right? And so I realized, actually, I made a conscious decision that time that hip-hop as a space was going to be the medium that I was going to do this work. Whatever this work is, I told myself at that point. Because I always knew I wanted to do work in public policy or urban policy making or accrue some kind of platform or clout that I can make impact on a much bigger scale. But the pathway to doing that, to me, is a corrupt one. And there needs to be different types of voices and leadership in this space of our collective effort towards justice. You see, because the power of hip-hop is that you can't control hip-hop. I can't define it, but nobody else can control it. And you see, I asked also a few questions like these. How come in a male-dominated hip-hop industry, where everybody got to serve 2 years of NS, right? How come nobody's rapping about NS? So I decided I had to. Conscript is a conscript, a script we must flip, a lie, it's a trick. We losing men in peacetime, no conflict. We shackled to tradition, all convicts. How come in a brown, male-dominated hip-hop industry, when Prabhakaran Srivijayan was hung, Malaysian Indian male, a few years ago for drug trafficking, despite maintaining his innocence, how come no one in the hip-hop scene seemed to speak about it? If I can take the stand, I would tell you that some of us were licked before we began, that freedom was just writing in the sand with the Bible under my left hand. I asked the jury what makes him so grand, was it all part of the plan? These are our stories. We must tell our stories, because it is, to me, equally political to rap about cars or women in a dehumanizing way, right? As it is to rap about public policy and justice and gentrification. So I think it's very important that we ask ourselves, are we just serving the capitalist machine to reproduce those norms and perpetuate these violent systems? Or are we using our power and platform and our art to actually demand for more just outcomes or systemic change and bring truth to power, most importantly? So this was an article that I read that at 3 a.m. at night, I remember, by Karen Gui. She used to work for Bandwagon. And I'm just going to give you all a moment to just look at this. This was the year Lee Kuan Yew passed. Yeah, pretty sure that 2015 was the year Lee Kuan Yew passed. All right, I'm going to move forward. Okay, so this is a photo from the substation right here, the Not a Public Assembly album launch. It was part of the Concerned Citizens program that brought together a bunch of young people to basically ask ourselves, like, what can we do as youth, as young people? We are concerned about what specific issues, how can we activate space to speak about those issues, and how can we create installations or art pieces or photographs, anything, right? And so I said, hey, let me do a music project. I've never rapped before, I never picked up a mic before. I was like, let me just try this. And this is where, so I released 8 songs. I didn't submit anything to IMDA until today. Like, the only time IMDA reached out to me was after the K. Muthuswamy video, and that also I never replied. Pretty helped to reply. So the thing is, I never submit my music for anything. I never asked for permission to make my art. This is what needs to be said. So the album has like songs about capital punishment, about NS, like some that you heard just now, but also just about even the political process, because I wrote some songs around the same time that Halimah Yacob became president. So I wrote a song called Swearing In because I felt I need to give her a swearing in process of my own. But anyway, here, right, I want to just identify and talk a little bit about the importance of independent voices and independent art making in Singapore, in the music space in Singapore. I was asking the questions earlier about like, why aren't artists speaking about this or that? But really the truth is because they can't. Because we don't have enough independent artists who are not beholden to record label contracts or not beholden to NAC grants, who are creating because it needs to be created. That is so important. The first step for so many young hip-hop artists or not, right? It's just, even if they have the means, is to like, hey, NAC got a big sound scholarship program, I need to go to Australia, I need to do this. No. There's a whole process to this. And if that works and if that is what someone needs at that point in their career, all power to them. But we have to interrogate this model of art making that differs immediately at the starting point, the very fledgling stage of someone's career, immediately goes straight to asking for, hey, can you sponsor this? I need this to get this. Those very quantifiable, tangible kind of outcomes. When really, sometimes it takes you not having a mic to know how to spit and how to project your voice. You know, it takes you not having a stage to value the stages that we get. So I think that is really what hurts at least the local hip-hop music industry, because we never have songs that are outside of the status quo. And we have songs like Pek Jin Shen, aka Sugar Shay, right, has a song called Book Out Day that goes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Thursday, Friday, Book Out Day. And it's made in collaboration with MINDEF and features Jack Neo. But when Aloysius Pang was killed, this was in 2018, when Aloysius Pang was killed, I didn't hear Sugar Shay. So how come you pick up your pen to only write when you are commissioned to do something, right? Regardless of the optics, regardless of the message, it's about that bag when you can collect that cash from MINDEF, but not when there is a moral, it's not because you feel a moral imperative towards balance, towards truth-telling, towards activating your platform. I think that's what happens, and it becomes the state co-ops most of our artists in this fashion. So, yeah, it's been a ride. It's been a very interesting process trying to create music in Singapore, and I will continue never to submit my music to IMDA, right? Unless all the stages that I perform on, like my first question is, can I critique and interrogate that stage that I'm on? But we'll share more about that later. Now, to what y'all came to see, right? K. Muthusamy. What is K. Muthusamy then, right? Because we're talking about space, and we're talking about claiming space, taking up space. Where does this lie? You know, I think here's what's up. Remember that decision that I made at the end of college, where I said that I wanted to impact this space. I wanted to create and tell stories of here. And I wanted to be for the people, for the storytelling that is in the ground, the finger on the pulse, ear on the ground. That's the kind of storytelling that I wanted. K. Muthusamy is us healing. K. Muthusamy is us resisting a certain narrative that we've been fed over and over and over again. The fact that I can sit in my room and write a song in an hour and have a whole country talk about something is a power that and a responsibility I don't take lightly, but it's exactly why I am art making. It is that resistance. It is the knowledge that I could work for 10, 20 years in a corporate world, but eventually be silenced by the same machine that I wanted to help, wanted to ameliorate situations. I just become silenced by a machine because I'm so beholden to a salary at the end of every month, or become so beholden to corporate interests. When really, in 1.5 to 2 years, I feel today more powerful than some politicians in Singapore. But I know why I use my voice and what I use my platform for. And more importantly, I think it's important that we know when to shut up. And so, yeah, I really mean it when I say today I feel more powerful than my MP, because I can enact change with the MP3. So, yeah. And so here's what it was. Like, every element of this is an intentional consequence. This is an intentional consequence, right? And from apologies to why we created it, to where we are, the positionality of our work, it's planned. I mean, it's scary at some points because I'm not going to stand here and say art making in this fashion is easy. Like, no. Like, there were nights that I was transferring data from hard drives to my best friends, and I'm like, okay, if I'm have to sit down for a while, put this out in the next 2 months from now, this song. Next 2 months, this song. I help me work on the album arts. That was the conversations I was having. That was the situation. I was literally like, but I was ready for whatever came. But yeah, that's what happens when you have one dominant narrative that can gaslight and censor art to the point that people cannot form their own opinions, and they always have to defer to what the Straits Times or Channel 5 News has to say about a situation. So that's my biggest issue. My biggest issue is that people need to think. And for people to think, we cannot be censoring people's work. We have to let people form their own opinions. I would rather defer to the court of public opinion to know whether this is right or wrong. It doesn't matter to me if it's right or wrong, because the slippery slope cannot just be one way by the state saying, if we let this happen, hundreds of videos happen. What if we did not intervene and do something and say something here? What if something much worse had happened? If people couldn't have that release point through this healing process of a song like this? These are all questions I don't have answers for, but I think it's worth us thinking. Now, here comes the really most important part of me as an artist thinking about space, and I hope I'm not over time or anything, but it's that self-reflexivity. Everybody wants a rapper at every show. Everybody wants you to spit some bars and, dress a certain way and come in there and basically make it a cool event. But for me, I think the biggest artistry, right? The biggest artistry by the state is this censorship dance of when they don't want to censor you, correct? Because they know that the Streisand effect will happen. If they censor you, then, now got news, everybody's going to look at it, right? That's the balance that they have to play. That's the dance that I don't have to choreograph. They figure that out. My dance is interrogating every stage that I'm on. Which stages should I not belong on, right? Which stages must I say, you know what, I humbly say no? Which collaborations do I say never in a million years? And which of them do I actually seek out? I think that's very, very important. Even the sub, right before that, thank you to the substation also for that very night that the MHA made all those statements and everything, that the sub actually had a show and they invited Preeti and I to perform here. It was a very powerful night, so thank you for standing with us. But yeah, interrogating every space. And I think it's exactly in line with what we must do as artists, because spaces change. Like the substation today is a certain way, 30 years ago it was a certain way, and 30 years from now it may look completely different and it may have a completely different value system. But it's that mutually reinforcing relationship between artists, venues, curators of the space, booking agents, management, so much more. And I think we all have to understand and align at a certain point, what must we do to stand for artists, for the art. And I think artists also have to know when to give up some of the things that we want to create sometimes, knowing that there's a larger picture, knowing that we must also create space for other people to even have a chance to make. So that's really important. And I think that here, especially, even most recently, where here is basically knowing when to shut up. Some conversations, for example, recently, Priya and Chand, there were some disparaging remarks made about them from another male in an exhibition, and I thought it was very important that I wasn't the first person to go out there and say, oh, this is wrong, blah, 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 because they were doing it. I think it's more important sometimes to my allyship as an artist is to take the space that people can't see and just be like, hey, love you. If you need anything, let me know. If not, keep doing this. But sometimes it's important to stand in front of an issue, and even when it's a comment by MP, I'm going to do something because we're punching up, and that is very important. That power asymmetry and finding that space as artists, we have to know when is the appropriate time and what networks we have to kind of activate. So I come to my final slide. And this is me performing with the Migrants Band at a Light Tonight Festival. And, that was one of my favorite performances. We had it earlier this year. And, okay, phone died. But basically, here's what I seek to do with the music moving forward. I think it's very important that we keep creating space for other people to create and express themselves. And I think it's also important sometimes to literally not just not just speak on behalf of, because sometimes that needs to happen, right? But it's very important to share the stage. And that space is sacred space. That space of visibility, of representation is beyond what a reviewer can ever encapsulate or write, beyond what I can even begin to kind of express to you. And I think for me, that relationship of belonging with space, I know that it doesn't matter to me if I belong here. What matters to me, because I know, hey, the truth is, I probably belong more. I feel like I belong in space in the crispiness of the air, when I fall in love, that space is probably where I'll belong the most. The space that I try to eliminate when I hug my mother, knowing that I may not get these same hugs in the next few decades. I know that space that I eliminate is where I find the most space and belonging. All that space between me and an OG, like old auntie or uncle, when I look at them and that silent head nod that I give when they give me back, knowing that, and that exchange, that silent exchange of the, I see you, I'm here, that is where I belong. So I think all those spaces, it is our duty to add that data to our everyday life, to remind people this is the scale that we need to make change first. Around us, our circles, empower, inspire. So yeah, that is how I'm thinking about space as an artist. And well, thank you so much for all this time. And one last thing, back to this first provocation, I said I have a big idea. My big idea is that I want to change the world through storytelling. And I think it starts with refocusing our lens of seeing, exactly the point I just made just now. It is really looking around us for the stories, empowering each other to tell our stories, and reminding ourselves that we are infinitely beautiful and that we can make and claim space to tell our stories, and we are always going to have people supporting and echoing those stories. That's really important. So, yeah, thank you so much.
So thank you very much to both speakers for this really riveting presentations in the morning. For those who have just joined us just very quickly, the other two speakers, Farhan Idris and Adrian Kwan, would not be able to participate in this session, and they send their apologies. So before I start off, just want to contextualize a bit. I know Subras and I are from different generations. His inspiration was Kendrick Lamar, mine was Tupac Shakur, and we should know where we stand. But nevertheless, I'm actually quite surprised. I missed this moment that he and Pradeep Nair had their debut here in the substation, because 30 years ago, this place was one of the few safe places that gave the venue to punk rock groups to perform, predominantly Malay. I was the only Chinese guy there, and I was often mistaken as the undercover cop, unfortunately. So, I mean, this is something that we can actually think about the relevance of the space today. As of yesterday, 3 decades ago, how the safe spaces, as Sufan has mentioned, which I'm going to ask Sufan about, what Center 42 meant when it's kind of touted as a safe space as well. Because back then, Substation was really a safe space for not just artists, but ordinary working class kids, the punk rock Malay kids who were often harassed by the police on the streets. And I think sometimes the police came to Substation too. And there was also a photo of the late Pau Kun attending one of these gigs, and he did not understand the music, but he understood the spirit and the importance of the community. So so maybe Sufan, maybe just very quickly about safe spaces, before I open the sessions to the floor, maybe you can elaborate on what Center 42 meant by safe spaces. I mean, is it legally safe spaces, artistic license, or just a place to do whatever you want? Thank you.
Thanks. I think I think we can interpret the idea of safe space in a variety of ways. I think first and foremost, it's about having a team there constantly at the space and building trust over time as well with groups of practitioners and also arts managers and arts practitioners as well. I think it's a safe space in terms of being able to experiment. It's a safe space in terms of, even thinking about venue rental as well. So affordable spaces as well. So for instance, I think for arts practitioners, their rehearsal studio goes at $10 per hour. So and also really having the team there, constantly there looking out for you. So I know for including myself. So for me, because I work at SMU, which is nearby, I always feel safe, even though I'm not an arts practitioner, being able to hang out there. And it's not just just me. I think I can say this for a lot of arts practitioners as well. I think whenever we are in the area, we just go there to hang out, to say hi, to maybe co-work as well. But it's really having that constancy and that consistency there as well, and knowing that you have a team there that looks out for you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the floor? I'm sure there are plenty for both speakers. So maybe you can, do you need the mic from behind? Yeah, so someone over there. So sorry, maybe if you can just identify yourself quickly for the purpose of recording and transcript.
I'm Lily. If you want my IC number, I'll give it to you.
No, that's not necessary.
Okay, so thank you both for a wonderful presentation and different perspective. I don't think I could handle more than two, so I'm kind of glad that it's just two for this panel. So, Subhash, this is probably more for you, but I think Sufan, you probably need to address this as well. This thing about space as a place, as a physical place. I think your presentation actually implies there's no need for a physical space until you get to the point where you're ready to present to the world. You know, I thought your presentation was very much about headspace, your space. So is that just in your thinking? Is that just for people who like you, who are very interested in poetry, in lyrics, in performance, that you know, your starting point and your preoccupation is really your headspace, and probably at home and with others. And then when it came down to performing, then you looked to a place like Substation, which is then kind of a place like venue. So you know, and that goes to the first presentation, Sufan, about whether or not we at a point where we're able to say, well, maybe we don't need all this physical place or space, that we really should spend more time helping people with headspace.
Wow, okay, so I think that's very context specific. I think this my response in this way, because I think physical space is very, very important. But it's just knowing that there's not enough physical space where people can gather. And even in a HDB, like, yeah, I record all my music in a studio in like Yishun or Geylang, like HDB blocks, right? And even then, you can't even have a session without your neighbors complaining, even if it's in the day or something like that. So I think it's very difficult, especially when there's no public spaces where people can gather, and especially like a group of men rapping or something, or sitting down and writing even. And a lot of us are so disparate and distracted in so many ways that we don't even know each other exists. So I think physical space is very, very important. I didn't know about the Substation really until the Concerned Citizens program. And that could be because of my smaller, sheltered worldview, but also because when we talk about hip hop artists that I know today, or the youth that I'm working with, I work on a project right now with Wampo, and there's a group of boys that we're writing kind of to show different versions of masculinity and to address sexual violence in the community. They've never heard of the Sub, and so when I had coffee with Seelan last week, and I really want the boys to be here, to see the space, at least just so they can build whatever relationship they want with space. But I think for my personal experience, it's just that I never knew about these spaces. And so a lot of the work had to be in the headspace first, and then my relationship with place is venue first, and then relationship. And then today, I consider myself a friend of the Sub, and I'm very appreciative of the people here. But there's a certain, I wouldn't say it's a class difference per se, but I think there is a dislocation almost. And I think it is our job, those who have already been in spaces and can see the potential of space, to kind of bring people together.
I would counter argue as well, and I would actually argue for the importance of physical spaces as well. I think we also need to think about spaces that are specialized to arts practice and art forms as well. So in terms of Center 42, it being a theatre development and incubation space, I think we need to think about spaces that are safe in that way, that arts practitioners that have a kind of safe, conducive environment for them to experiment, to practice, to test out ideas, to conduct works in progress and get feedback as well, and also importantly to meet others as well, so that there can be possible chances of friendship and also collaboration as well. I think also having a space that is open as well, physical spaces, to a diversity of people. So for instance, for me as an arts educator, my students have also continually benefited from Center 42 as well, being a physical space where they can go there to present their works in progress, meet other arts practitioners as well, and get valuable feedback. So I think while it's important to think about space figuratively or metaphorically, but I think we cannot discount the importance of physical space.
Can both of you comment about cyberspace?
Can, sure. A lot of my work exists in the cyberspace, right? I think that is a space. Listen, I actually recently even had a purge of my Facebook and Instagram because all these, look how quickly the state can come in and take information away from those platforms. A bit more there. I think that is down to what are we trying to do with our art and the art forms itself. Because some art forms just do so much better, have that viral quality, or engage with people from so many more different perspectives, worldviews, and nationalities when it's online. So we have to kind of find that balance in our individual art forms.
I completely agree. I don't have much to add, but I think we need to be careful about over-romanticizing the online space or cyberspace as well. Even though, in particularly a time like this, the online space is a useful platform because, for today's event, we have live streaming as well. But I think also it can be a dangerous space sometimes because, like Shubhas has said, it is very much a police space as well. And yes, I think POFMA is all I can say.
Any other questions or comments?
Hello, I'm Tian. I just wanted to sort of also maybe suggest to everyone that maybe we can also think about the other panels and what's been discussed on the other panel and how that kind of also maybe could sort of increase and sort of let us understand the whole general theme that we are looking at in terms of spacing, and spacing is, yeah. And but I wanted to also sort of highlight that from one of the other panel discussion was that I think we were talking about this binary thing where, it's like the independent versus the institutional, or the independent versus the state. But also maybe one of the discussion we sort of came to yesterday was that maybe to also think that if you work in the institution or you work in the state, it doesn't mean that those are fixed positions, because I think part of what we're trying to change, you were talking about changing the world, is how do you change the grammar of this world that we live in? The way that we think is much more than us versus them, but it's really how come we think like this. And I think the agenda or the action that we need to look for is how do we kind of start to change the world in the way we think. I think that's something that we can sort of think about. But the other thing is that if we think of people who work in institutions, they are also individuals who we are trying to appeal to them as humans who work in this world. I think that to acknowledge that fluid positions of you can be both or much more, or you can be conflicted in those positions, are quite important in the way that maybe we can invite responses, even if you work from the institutional perspective. Because I remember in 1995 conference, some people who work in the government institutions actually spoke in the conference proceedings, which was quite interesting way for a researcher to look at, to try to read that perspective, I think. That's all I have to, it's kind of a comment.
Thank you, Tian. Would you like to respond?
No, actually, I think that's very important. And I think specifically with hip hop and the work that I do also, right? I think ultimately it's also, at least how I take that, right, is that we are mediums towards some kind of larger important change. And in the work, like I have no problem sleeping with the enemy if it achieves the outcome here that I'm trying to strive for, if it gives a bigger platform voice to the initiative, to the work. And the work will always speak for itself. So I'm a member of the Straits Clan, an exclusive members club, right? And how does that work? Because how Subash music off-brand, right? It doesn't make sense, right? But you see, the thing is, I think I have belief that that space is one that actually has a potential towards towards activism, towards organizing that can be powerful, beneficial. And I don't mind having to sit in front of a crowd and answer a question like, hey, how come you're this, but then you're in that? Because I know that, hey, I wouldn't be in that if I can't on a song also say like something like it's 12, this is actually a song, right? It's 12-hour a day, 6 days a week, 12-hour a day shifts for these men of gifts. It's backbreaking labor. Building our Marina Bays and Park Colonials and Straits Clans, we're the new colonialists. They slave away in the heat so you can enjoy your poolside spray tans. If I can't say that, I'm not going to be a part of Straits Clan. If I can't, on the Earth Hour stage, ask ourselves how come Earth Hour is happening on reclaimed sand, then I'm not going to be on that stage. I think it's very important that that boundary as an individual is set, but also that acknowledgement that we all have a common goal here. My positionality may look a certain way because that needs to be said, that needs to be heard. I think we must tailor our activism towards the times. It's very important. If we're just going to do it one way, then we're going to just end up kind of making this such a closed-off movement that we don't give people a chance to have a process about their own work, and we end up alienating people in that space that can really just bring people together. So sometimes that's why I say I need to know when to shut up a little bit, because I know that there are some people who are more well-versed to bringing people in that moment, in that specific context, and I just need to listen and learn.
Are there any questions, comments? Anything you'd like to add? Alan, do you have anything to say after all the long quotes from Sufen? No? Oh, there's someone from...
Hi, good morning. I'm Shah, by the way. This is in reflection of the panels that happened yesterday as well. I think, and I would like to hear your own thoughts about this. We talk about spaces, and I think something that's missing in this conversation is also about the temporality of such spaces. And what was really urgent, at least in Center 42, was when the community found out, it was quite late. And in some ways, the tempo has always been dictated by the state. But how do we find strategies of addressing the issues of temporality that is embedded in spaces? Yeah, could you share with us some of your thoughts?
I don't have any answers or any concrete answers, but I think I do acknowledge the kind of transient nature of our art spaces today. Currently, a lot of actually all our arts housing spaces, for instance, that are under the National Arts Council, they're under very short-term leases as well, and that includes the substation as well. That then leads to a sense of, I guess, instability or insecurity as well. But I think we make do as well. When I did a study on the arts housing spaces, a few years ago, I found that despite the temporality, despite the short-term leases, I think it was about making do and making the best out of what we have as well. And despite it being just 1 year to 3 year kind of leases, that still gave a lot of arts practitioners and a lot of arts groups a sense. Perhaps a false sense of security to just be able to practice and concentrate on the artwork at that point in time as well. I acknowledge that it's an issue, the kind of transient nature of our art spaces, but I don't have any answers. I'm sorry.
If I can add, I think that's one of our biggest issues that we need to fix together. That's why I think we need bigger, stronger unions. We need like people to be we need OGs. We need the people who have had years in this space to like speak up. So we also know, we have some guidance as young artists on like how to do this. You know, what I see the most kind of similarities, like an IMDA license to perform, even at Pink Dot, like they only give licenses like 2-3 days before. So that space is like, you have that space, that potential space to say what you want until the police decide to take it away. So how negotiating that, I think for the most part, it's generally been, this is the way things are, suck thumb, you know. But until then, like, and I know some other tactics that people have been using that maybe I wouldn't put on blast on the live stream, but what, like, for example, if when I was working with the CNA and I know very clearly they're not going to approve this line, so I make another line in a song super obviously like, oh my god, red flag, and then I fight to keep that one even though I know that that's a throwaway just because I want the other one. So there's like a few tactics to avoid that kind of censorship. But when we think about like a space per se, that the lease agreements in space and the kind of gazetted use of space make it very hard for us to imagine beyond like what they tell us to. And if we do, when the state comes down on us, like what to do, you know? So I think eventually what we end up losing is the voices, and we have smaller venues that become even harder to access. So I think this is one of the biggest issues, and if we can keep creating and take advantage of that space that we currently have and keep pushing the conversation and keep demanding for space together, maybe we will get at better questions, better outcomes.
I think I'd just like to add about space, you know, not just on the physical space, you know, regulations. I mean, of course, it actually adds to the whole precarious natures of art spaces, but also about urban redevelopment. You know, we do not know whether substation will be here in the next 20 years. A lot of around substation has disappeared. Very meaningful spaces. You know, there's some quote from a Wong Kar-wai movie that I always thought of, you know, what you cannot hold on, don't forget, you know. So when K. Muthuswamy's the video got Shanmugam's attention, the first thing I did immediately was to download the YouTube video before it disappeared. Which in fact it disappeared for a long time. So there's also something that we have to think about archival spaces. You know, how do you document the activities that have been going on? One very good person who have been doing it, Goh Guan Hao, he has actually photographed and cut newspaper cuttings, and he has turned his HDB flat into an archival center. So I think this is something that we also need to think about, like how do we keep the paper trail on? How do we remember these activities as well? So maybe an open dimension in archival spaces.
And there's potential for us to create art in the process of saving our spaces. Like, we have to be ready to actually stand up for our spaces. We cannot keep losing it all the time. And I think that's what really, I wrote my debut album at the Artistry, right? They got priced out of that space. Today is Early Bird Cafe, and like those are the things that these are our histories, and yeah, we can make music about them, but we have to preserve our spaces, and because these are sacred spaces, that some things that only the substation can do in terms of creating that specific energy, and there's a history to that energy.
Okay, I think we have some questions from YouTube that we can try. It's hung here, unfortunately. But meanwhile, if there are any questions or further comments that you'd like to highlight, okay. Okay, this particular person, Richard Chua to Sufen, do you think that taking over of rehearsal and performance spaces in Center 42 by APH would make spaces less available to theatre folks?
I think right now, because from May onwards, the spaces of 42 Waterloo Street will be undergoing renovation. So actually, we do not know, even though the Arts Resource Hub, actually, they have promised to continue to ensure that space will be available for theatre practitioners. They've also ensured to try to keep the rates the same as well as what Center 42 had as well. But I think the larger question, which I guess is related to his second question about trust, is I think it's also about thinking about, again, at the end of the day, the management of the space in a sense where I think it's less about it's about, you know, whether Center 42 as a more of a kind of people-initiated or artist-initiated organization being able to take charge and manage the space versus a more state-driven one or state-initiated one like the Arts Resource Hub?
Which leads to actually his next question. To know, by extension, is this a trust issue? Yeah. So I think you have addressed it. So any other issues, questions from the floor? Just a curiosity. Many from the selection of the site. For people doing cinema studies, the film locations are very important. So selection of site of K. Mudusamy, that hawker center. Why that particular site?
Because it was where the ad was displayed most prominently. Maxwell, it was there. So we were actually doing the song in front of the ad. Yeah.
Will you stop at any time? No, right?
No, there was someone who joined us in the video and started dancing, and then the police had these little thumbnails of each individual who they had all our data except this one person. They were question mark. Then they were like, is this they were running through some names. They were like, no, it's a random guy who just started dancing with us. Nothing to do, yeah. But it's we try our best to make everything intentional, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. And any other questions? Anyone? Yeah, just
Hi. Hi, Ming here. I'd like to address this larger question about what art means to society, and I guess what we always can do is we can only do what we can, right? But every response and every question brings us to the fact that our cultural identities are actually quite spoken and given to us. So I'm just wondering, what would you say? What can we do about the larger question of what art can mean to the larger society, and how we can actually enhance and bring this up to the fore?
In my humble opinion, I think we fully don't know the power and potential of what art, small a art, is. Okay, because so much of the art that we see is put in front of us, right? And I think at least, okay, but I'm speaking from a very biased lens of music, at least music. And I think we don't have enough people interrogating the arts to be able to unlock that potential of what it can mean. So I am always looking out for the art that actually is kind of as they call it, a socially engaged art. I guess that's the academic term, but the double entendre is the tak boleh rasa, which is we cannot feel, I cannot experience, cannot taste. So what gets lost in that process of that clearing, that gaslighting, that taking away of our physical spaces, that kind of correcting a story to fit a certain narrative? I think we need to first of all start speaking from that place of, whether it's the place of ikhlas, the place of sincerity, the place of being owing it to our lived experience, then we for sure can understand that better. But from what I know, I know that in terms of what art can do for society, because again, just what happened last year, there's a lot that it can do, right? And I think that barrier between my job actually now is to make sure that the artists see themselves as someone who's powerful enough, whose voice can be used to bring up certain issues. So yes, you can make whatever music or whatever art forms that you want that makes money or that is more palatable to a mainstream. But now, can you also balance that out with engaging or using that to feed back into this? There's no dichotomy here, as earlier mentioned. I really think all of art already engages. It's just how we choose to engage and how we choose to do more. I think people don't see that potential in themselves to do more a lot of times. So sometimes you have to lead, sometimes you have to handhold a little bit, but there's a lot of potential in that specific space.
I think maybe just to add, again, in my own humble opinion, but also coming as an educator as well, I think we cannot discount the importance of education, but also I think at least for myself as a role as an educator at a tertiary kind of institution where we don't have a kind of arts or humanities department, I think it's also for me to kind of educate my students or to tell them that actually their everyday lives also do matter. So apart from thinking about art, I think we need to think about culture as well, everyday practices, and their kind of everyday culture as well, and for them to start to first see the significance of their own everyday lives, their own practices that may be kind of little tactics tactics of resistance, but they actually do matter as well. And then maybe from there, then we build up that interest and develop the interest in arts as well. Yeah.
Okay, I have one question from online from Simin. Just read out aloud. Thank you both for your presentations. Subha's presentation made me realize that our discussions about space thus far is that the negotiation of the space is largely between the state and arts communities. But the notions of belonging and taking up too much space is also along racial and class lines, and also that also implies unequal power relations. So my question is to both speakers: how much consideration do you think we, the arts community, have given to the realities and discourses of race and class?
Damn, Simin, put us on the spot like that. Yeah, I think the truth is all of my work, right, always has that layer and lens of I cannot speak of anyone else other than the person you see, like a brown man who in some rooms enjoys a certain kind of privilege that comes with my masculinity and how I present, but in some other rooms I know that, oh, man, I don't belong and I feel like an imposter the whole time. So I think first, just embracing that and recognizing that a lot of times, because even there's one of the biggest tactics that a lot of minorities, however you choose to understand minority, but at least in my life, I've had to do was also shun my own identity, or like lie to myself, or tell myself that this is not as good as. And I think that's where we have a responsibility as artists to remind ourselves of how beautiful we are, of that work that comes to seeking our histories and learning them, not because, and wanting to learn them not because the school says this is important, but because like we genuinely are curious. That curiosity to the different narratives of who we are is super important. So I think that if I think artists should, if can, try your best to really think about that and what that represents. Because ultimately, right, people are going to see us, see me, whatever stage I'm on, they're going to look at me, and I know that someone is going to resonate with me as a brown man, as an identity. So I think I know there's a responsibility that comes with that. I know the optics of how that looks, and I think once we understand them, once you understand exactly the power and the potential of us and what we can represent, then how we choose to activate that to speak up, or how we choose to activate that sometimes to even lend a space to other people to do that is super important. So everything has, to me, is I can fit it very clearly into race lens or class lens or gender, and it's very tiring to do that work all the time sometimes, but I know that's probably the most important work that needs to be done, is actually understanding like positionality and for us to interrogate our stages.
As a Chinese female in Singapore, I don't have much to add, just that I think we need to never discount the importance of art making and arts as well, as a safe space for that discourse to explore differences and inequalities as well. That's it.
So another following up question, so maybe, I mean, these issues raise more questions here. From a CP Max, how would you envision art spaces to look like if we were to consider race and class?
Or you just have more brown-owned spaces, like just fact. I think that's the one most important thing, is that we have more like dialects. Like we have more spaces that like caters to people with just different ways of or modes of thinking, of speaking. Like we don't have that right now. And it's not okay just to have neutral spaces. That's why DINK is very important. Destination Ink is very important. That's why there's so many smaller spaces that I probably can't even tell you right now. Those small spaces are very important, and so I'm worried about the clamping down of those spaces more so than maybe even the substation. Because the ethos of the substation will always carry on to whatever this is, and the substation is gonna be here for a while. I hope, I pray. So I think what can be done in a very tangible way is to make sure that there are spaces that, that we don't go and call those spaces, oh, that's racist, where you only have like, Indian people here or Malay people here making art. Or, even how my friend who's working in NIE recently told me that for a Malay music class, it's called Malay Rhythms. And then it's called Indian Carnatic music, but it's a Malay rhythm class. You know, it's not even like a Malay music class, or it's not a Malay like specific where it's keroncong sounds or whatever. No, it's a Malay rhythms class. What does that mean? What's the politics of saying something like that? I think those things within the education system need revisiting, and we need like Malay music academics. We need like people who are in those positions of and can actually lend their voice and do the work. And it's quite tiring for like Alfian to keep saying something, or you know, we need more voices lah. So I think what in the most tangible way, what people can do in general is listen. Is start off with just listening and holding space, and knowing that, I mean, race and class also intersects in a crazy way, because in that same class that I have, that I work with a group of youth boys, there's one Chinese boy, and that Chinese boy is really like the way he looks at the world and the lack of space that he has to share anything, because he knows that no matter what, like, oh, you know what, I'm Chinese, I'm supposed to enjoy certain privileges, which is not true. So I think holding space, but also understanding nuance and understanding that these are not just like black and white things. We live in the gray. So kind of like questioning every time we use that convenient narrative to fit into a person or a space is really important.
Any questions on race and class? Anything else? Maybe just have one last question, one final comment on this. Okay, I mean, maybe I just end off about what the question about cyberspace that Mr. Tay Keng Soon raised earlier. There's something about prescribed multiculturalism in Singapore, that the state prescribes the various spaces to different ethnic groups. So the media that are most familiar with television space, so you have television and radio, you have Vasantham and Surya, in which if you were well behaved, you would have appeared there, but not in Channel 8, unfortunately. So, which is where the money and the attention is. But cyberspace has opened up really new possibilities. So the generation in the 2010s, not just the Nayas, but Muna Baghrib and Herzi Sukrifi, both have been very outstanding bloggers, performers that have, the cyberspace have given them a much wider platform for public attention, something that was never imagined 15 years ago. So this is a new possibility for a lot of our otherwise more marginalized, not just ethnic minorities, but just people who are being made to feel minoritized in Singapore itself. So with that, if there are any last questions or comments before I close, yes.
Just one maybe complicated question. Reflect on the Malaysian art scene. Reflect on the Malaysian art scene in comparison to the Singapore art scene.
Wow. I can't speak too much about this. I've only been to Malaysia but that number of times. I was at Georgetown Lit Festival recently, and what I noticed is that there's a lot more space for indigenous voices. And what I also noticed is that every time I introduced myself as Singaporean, I felt like there was an othering process. Like, you know, so I really felt every time I said I was Singaporean, I was like, wait, why? Why do I have to do that, say that? I don't identify with that, like, and I don't like how it makes someone feel. So it's interesting you ask that question, because I'm really trying to unpack my Southeast Asian identity and where my roots lie. Is that important? I'm trying to figure it out. But I know that in a country that there are still forced disappearances of people who talk about Islam, or people who say anything that, you know, is not too is not something that is agreeable with the state. I know that there are forced disappearances, and there are people who like cannot enter back into Malaysia because of the things that they say outside of Malaysia. And I know how many migrant populations there are in Malaysia who are creating amazing work. All I know is that we have to take our privilege as Singaporeans and sometimes lend that voice and speak up for issues, if not, because we have relative safety from that. And we can say things that I think our state also is not really going to get involved too much. If we speak, I can speak about issues in all over the world. I can speak about issues in America, and I don't think they will care like how they cared about with K. Muthusamy. That's a privilege. We must also learn how to activate that privilege at some points and create art that provokes thought, that gets people here to be able to better answer questions like that one. Because I think that I have to do a lot of more work before I can make more comment than that. But very important we open up that idea of what identity is.
I think we probably have to break for lunch now. So, but before that, I'd like to give a round of applause, or let's give a round of applause to both speakers for a really wonderful Sunday morning session, which will go down into the archives of the substation. Okay, so lunchtime now. Anything you like to, any announcements that you like to make? Okay.
Thanks, Kaiku, Subhash, and Sufan. So right now, we'll break for lunch, and the next panel will resume at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
You're trying to get me down with it. I don't care. Money on your mind, that's all it is. I'm staying out of it. Oh, see, you got dollars in your pockets full of it. Oh, and you're wondering if I'm over for the trip. I don't want any of your many poker chips. Already got everything that I want. I know just what to say. Why does she walk away? Cause they got money on your mind, that's all it is. And you're trying to get me down with all of it. I don't care, money on your mind, that's all it is. I'm staying out of it. Oh, see, you got dollars in your pockets full of it. And you're wondering if I'm over for the trip. I don't want any of your many poker chips. Already got everything that I want. Yeah, but
But we'll play the video first.
No, just put them on first while I read the introductions.
Actually, they can hear us.
Wayne, can you hear us?
Huh?
Wayne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Do you want to put them on
Yes,
screen while I
yes.
read
Can you hear me?
Yep, they can actually view our screen.
Okay.
Hello. So I'll go off video while people are watching the thing.
Wing and Ray, we're just trying to pull your faces on screen as I read out the introductions. Yes, I think you all should, and I think they'll be happy to see the substation. Like
What you're about to see and hear is Subliminal Substation.
When you say pull images, you mean catalog or live?
No. Ray, it's the catalog.
Okay.
yes, you can mute them.
For a while. Okay, see you guys later.
So we're not going to show them the screen. Okay. All right. So welcome to the substation. Wing and Ray, you are off screen right now, and we will take note of your absent bodies. I'm just going to read the introduction that you have written for us as a way to welcome you here. So our next two presenters are Ray Langenbach and Lee Wing Choi. They cannot be here today, although they both were present and did speak at the Space, Spaces and Spacing Conference in 1995. Ray had planned to come from Malaysia, but the travel lockdown due to the coronavirus has prevented his travel. Wing hasn't been to Singapore since January 2016. Ray used to live and work in Singapore. He has exhibited and performed in the substation, and more recently was part of the 2016 Singapore International Festival of Arts. Ray creates conceptual performances, convenes gatherings, writes on cultural theory, performance, and queer culture. He has presented his work throughout Asia Pacific, Europe, and the United States, and has curated exhibitions and performance events in Malaysia, Singapore, Palestine, USA, and Germany. Ray's writings appear on Ray's writings on Southeast Asian performance, propaganda, and visual culture and have appeared in journals and books. His video archive of Southeast Asian performance resides at Asia Art Archive in Hong Kong, the International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam, and various museums. He was formerly Professor of Life Arts and Performance Studies, University of the Arts, Helsinki. Ray is now Staff Foundation Professor of Research, Faculty of Creative Industries, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, where he is designing and supervising the new Artistic Research PhD program in Creative Arts. Wing Choi used to work at the substation. In the history of the substation conference, Wing has played a significant role from helping behind the scenes with the publications of the first three conferences, Art versus Art, Our Place in Time, a collaboration with the Singapore Heritage Society, and Space, Spaces, Spacing. Included among the gatherings that Wing has convened with the substation are the 2004 Performance Studies International Perform, State, Interrogate, co-convened with Paul, Ray, and two comparative contemporary events. Since leaving the substation, Wing has also convened two conferences working together with then Artistic Director Effendi. Wing now lives and works in Kuala Lumpur as an independent art critic and consultant. He regularly does project work with Ilham Gallery and A+ Works of Art. He still is the president of the Singapore section of the International Associations of Art Critics, and he is currently working on a collection of essays on artists to be titled The Address of Art and the Scale of Other Places. So ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands to welcome our two speakers for today? We're going to have them beam live on screen and then play the video that they've prepared for us, but I'd like to say a few words. I think both Ray and Wing are quite special and have been very integral to the substation. Wing, of course, started as my teacher, but then also became a friend and someone I consider a mentor. And I think a lot of his writings about the substation and the role of public space has informed a lot of how we think about the substation today. So let me just start playing the video and then we'll take questions.
What you're about to see and hear is Subliminal Substation. It is a recording of a reading of a paper, together with partial screenings of the short film Singapore Subliminal, which is on show at National Gallery, Singapore. The film, Singapore Subliminal, is a compilation of friends recounting their dreams. Also included are short segments of works of performance art and installation art created circa the end of 1993 and early 1994. This group of friends were part of Joseph Ng's and Iris Tan's support circle. Joseph, and later Iris, were about to appear in court as a result of the controversy over performance art and Fifth Passage. The recordings of friends recounting their dreams were made during that time. The friends started to have a creeping awareness that their dreams had taken on an uncanny resemblance to their waking lives. Their dreamscapes provided a fragmentary profile of the fragmented artistic subculture of that period. Beginning with the provisional proclamation by Susie Lingham of Fifth Passage, that for the period of a year we will renounce the use of our bodies in our art, the film turns towards the space of linguistics with a phantasmatic, metaphoric, metonymic, synecdochal reading of daily life. Rather than the body, it is the humors of the personal, the social body, and the body politic that were explored. The presentation to follow comprises a set of annotations about Singapore Subliminal, 26 years after the events in question and 25 years after a pair of reflections proffered at Space, Spaces, and Spacing. These notes hope to provide another historical layer to these earlier fragmentations and figmentations in the film and in those presentations at the 1995 conference. Rather than directly revisit those two texts from 1995, perhaps it might be more productive to retrace an artwork, a film, that is itself an attempt at retracing. On the matter of retracing and renouncing the body and even two missing bodies, a few years ago, a writer completed an essay that he had been meaning to write for over 2 decades. The essay he would have wanted to write would have been called Face and Film. The essay he ended up with was Chekhov's Gun, Red Herrings and MacGuffins, Modern Romance in the Aftermath of Cinema. There's no need to rehearse the contents of that essay, except to say that it has something to do with moving images and desire, which is, of course, something that Singapore Subliminal is also about. The other reason to cite this essay, in particular, is that listed in its very title, the writer offers an incomplete catalog of certain dramatic devices. These devices may or may not be useful in the interpretation of our dreams. Should we approach our dreams as psychoanalysts or detectives? Is there a difference? Aren't classic movie detectives always looking to solve the riddle of a missing body? So, Chekhov's gun. The great playwright and short story writer believed in the dramatic principle that each and every element in a story must be necessary to the plot. In the late 19th century, he wrote a letter to fellow playwright Alexander Semenovich Lazarev. One must never place a loaded rifle on the stage if it isn't going to go off. It's wrong to make promises you don't mean to keep. A red herring, in contrast, is a misleading or distracting plot element. The device is often used in film noir detective stories where the protagonist, as well as the viewers, finds a clue, a red herring, that leads nowhere or in the wrong direction. Somewhat different is a MacGuffin, typically an object or person who plays an instrumental role in the beginning of the narrative, but whose purpose does not get fully explained or justified by the end of the movie. It is less important as a thing in itself than in putting things into motion. For example, in The Maltese Falcon, the detective played by Humphrey Bogart is hired to find the eponymous small statuette. But when he does, it turns out to be a fake. And so, without further delay, Singapore Subliminal.
They were given cane strokes They were guilty and they were given pain strokes.
Susie just had an incredible idea that we state for a period of a year that we renounce use of the body, the human body.
I love it.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
We were just thinking.
I thought we were renounced from using the body all year long, every year.
No, we have to do this in control. It's called controlled bleeding. We will, for the period of 1 year, renounce our bodies. As to when the renunciation begins, we will decide later, when we have discussed with other bodies. Till then, cheerio.
No, I can't remember in my dreams. Right now, I just can't remember them. I have a lot, but for some reason I can't remember them. And when I woke up, no, seriously, I woke up and I was thinking, is there any way, maybe through hypnosis that I could get all my dreams drawn out? Otherwise, it's quite frustrating because my sleep is very unpleasant, very unsatisfying.
Got any dreams?
I don't usually remember my dreams.
Okay, here I am talking to my dad, right, in the living room, I think, and I see in my kind of peripheral vision, I see this window, and these two young boys, standing, looking at me and very serious, but it's kind of peripheral vision. And then I'm just like, this long time, I'm talking to my dad about something, and suddenly I decide to smile at one of the boys, the older one, and he smiles back at me, but I immediately feel guilty, and I'm trying to look at him without my dad noticing I'm looking, but it's one of those things where the person's looking at you, okay, and the person, you can't look away without the person looking at you. So okay, then the next segment is the same thing, except now I'm cheating on Peter. I'm thinking I'm cheating on Peter with X, the person's name, and I'm with him. But this time, the window's this side behind me, and this guy's with me here, and I'm pushing him away so that I can look through the corner of my eye at this kid. Now he's alone, he's not with a younger kid anymore. Well, he's not a kid, well, he's young. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm cheating with Peter with this guy in front of me, and I'm trying to push that same guy away because I want to look at this other guy without this guy noticing that I'm looking at this other guy. And this other guy in the window is crawling into his bed, and his pants are starting to fall off, and then he removes his underwear. And the more interesting this gets, the more I want to push this guy just so much back, so that because we're kind of holding each other, just so much back so he cannot quite see the window that I'm looking into, that he could if he was much closer and see that I'm looking while I'm cheating and thinking I'm also cheating. So that's it, that was my dream. So,
Singapore Subliminal reminds me of a game Weng Choi and I invented when we both lived in Singapore. We would watch films on Sunday mornings and then discuss them over lunch. The game opens layer by layer, a bit like Russian nesting dolls. Each primary actor's character is contained in and contains those that historically follow. So, for example, the resolute Gandhi, played by Ben Kingsley, haunted by his own repressed violent impulses, appears again as other personae, such as Don Logan in The Sexy Beast, or the Iranian emigre Masood, trapped in the House of Sand and Fog. In this reading, the actor does not act, per se, but manifests an emergent persona in successive films, accumulating layer upon layer of psychic debris from each new characterization. Consider the 1982 Grade B sci-fi flick by John Carpenter, The Thing. An alien species is found frozen in the Arctic ice by a Norwegian mining company. Released from the ice, it proceeds to parasitically invade and duplicate nearby carbon-based earthlings, primarily humans and sled dogs. The Thing was released in 1982, a year after the appearance of Jean Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation. It is also a prescient, if parodic, forerunner of the recent theoretical turn toward new materialism. The Thing combines the ineluctable analog real with Baudrillard's hyperreal procession of the simulacrum, but it also inaugurates the new global sensibility that marks the shift from the Holocene to the Anthropocene with the Thing's cellular incorporation of the members of a mining expedition in the Arctic. The Thing simulates its victims not through a process of DNA encryption, but by analogically copying one cell at a time. It takes hours to complete a perfect cellular copy with the right number of fingers and toes in all the right places. The Thing keeps getting interrupted at particularly grotesque moments of the compositing process, so bits of canine, human, rat, cockroach, and gallons of infectious bodily fluids expand through the Arctic station. The process isn't reproductive, it is mutative in the manner of radiated cells, effects, language, and signs. The Thing snatched its core concept from the 1956 sci-fi thriller The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, in which the citizens of an American town are taken over by another brand of immigrant alien pods, communists/foreigners. There was also a 1951 film, The Thing from Another World, but we'd wager that Carpenter's film is more indebted to Body Snatchers, which has since been remade a number of times. It is a reified classic tale depicting former immigrants' fear of the next generation of themselves, of transmutation as discovered by the good Dr. Miles J. Bennell, who has a trained eye for difference, physical and ideological symptoms and mutations. He knows that his scientific awareness will remain useful to other humans only if he and they resist alien pod appropriation. Once snatched, his eyes, too, will be alien eyes, as invasion and simulation morphs into complete assimilation. A generation after the invasion of the Body Snatchers, we find Dr. Bennell himself morphed into the science officer, Dr. Blair of The Thing. He, too, is first inflected and then infected by the same realization held by Bennell, that the Thing will inevitably become another thing, and then another, until it becomes everything. This pluralistic logic of unending performativity, inflection, infection, absorption, mutation, compositing, simulation, and assimilation constitutes the Thing, as well as the game of film compositing that Weng Choi and I played. Since 1994, each of the bodies recorded in Singapore Subliminal have since manifested other characterizations, adding layers of personae and acts to their psychic cores. We, like the figures Weng Choi describes in his dream, are viral characters, not actors. The film represents our collective thingness here today in the midst of an epidemic of viral particles assimilating our collective lung tissue. Singapore Subliminal begins with Susie Lingham's demand for controlled bleeding. The trope controlled bleeding, with its material and menstrual and medical associations, serves as a generative frame for the thingness of video information. Looking back, it is clear that what was unacceptable to the Singapore government in their clampdown on experimental art in 1993 and 4 was precisely this turn toward identity politics.
It's called controlled bleeding. We will, for the period of 1 year, renounce our bodies. As to when the renunciation begins, we will decide later. when we have discussed with other bodies. Till then, cheerio.
And community politics that arose from the compost of nation building and post-structuralism. Susie's demand for the renunciation was first and foremost the renunciation of what Weng Choi calls the Singapore state's attempted assimilation of artistic authorship through censorship, the dismantling of Fifth Passage, and the pacification of performance art and forum theater. Susie's controlled bleeding is also a call for indeterminacy as the blur of moving pictures melds with our synaptic architecture to produce the persistence of vision.
I'm in a movie, but I'm the character in the movie, not the performer. So there is some consciousness that what is happening is already scripted. So I'm both watching myself, knowing that I'm in a movie, yet I'm also the character, not the actor. So it's kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger's Last Action Hero, where the character doesn't realize he's becoming a character. And it's sort of like the way I look is like Elvis, the young Elvis Presley. And this old woman comes to see me, and she comes to see me, and I think I'm a priest. And I find out that she's been doing this at great sacrifice to herself. She has to travel great distances. And then the scene is where I'm down on my knees on her, sort of next to her lap and saying, why do you do this? Why do you come? Why do you, go through all this pain? The very fact that she comes, she makes the journey, and the very fact that she sees me and tells me what she needs, it's almost a ritual that is so important to her. And then the scene ends. And then, but as soon as the scene ends, there's this anxiety that I don't know what's going to happen, how it's going to end.
I was actually doing a faster swirling movement around with the rocket stick on top of my head, see. And with this fast movement, I slowed down emotion slowed down to a point where I was going back to squatting, and I was hitting the floor.
I was my own carrier of a hatchet. I needed no hatchet man. All those who have dealt with me know that I've never flinched from going into a dark street on a dark night, and it happens to be a cul-de-sac. No outlet. Either the gangster or I will come out alive. I have done this a few times. I'm prepared to do this again.
The toilet was in the middle of the living room, and all these people were arriving, and I was excruciatingly embarrassed. I'm sitting in the toilet in the middle of this party, and there was like a cocktail party going on around me. and so, in order to alleviate my embarrassment, I start painting with my shit on the wall.
Susie's renunciation of the body in art is an admittance that the body is there to begin with, a demand that the material body be acknowledged as present. From that moment on in the film, the locus of the film's voyeurism is the desires and dreams of those other bodies she refers to, the dreams of Sharad Kutan, Lee Weng Choi, myself, the artistic dreams of the Fifth Passage collective at Pacific Plaza in 1994. Lee Kuan Yew's dreams of his individual power transposed to the state. Amanda Heng's nightmares of inscription and Joseph Ng's remembrances of Brother Cain as he prepared for his court appearance at the home of Sharad Kuttan. The video terminates with the Singapore state's renunciation and deportation of Kuttan's material body from the borders of the state across the causeway into Malaysia. The corporeal subject of Susie's controlled renunciation, then, is the paradoxical topic and materiality of the film. Like Schrodinger's cat, the body remains both there and not there, a MacGuffin that is symbolically resonant but increasingly irrelevant to the plot. An apocryphal description with a colleague, Alfred Hitchcock, defined the MacGuffin in the negative. Quote, "It's a device for trapping lions in the Scottish Highlands." But there are no lions in the Scottish Highlands. So, that's no MacGuffin. So where is the MacGuffin in this talk? Is it the presence of the body or its renunciation? Or is the MacGuffin an uncanny thing that Yao Su Chow in the 1995 Spaces and Spacing Conference identified as das Unheimlich, or the unhomely, the uncanny, a space of the uncanny indeterminacy and insecurity that the state regulatory apparatus is designed to eliminate or control. As Alan mentioned in his introduction, Weng Choi and I are absent bodies here, or as Susie put it, our bodies are renounced, existing as liminal figures at the edge of the frame and of the law. And this is no longer a paper at a conference. It became a necessary video event due to the current regulations against travel between Malaysia and Singapore during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were offered two options in the censorship shell game here, which came down to submitting Singapore Subliminal to the IMDA and our intentions for the paper to the police. But the paper then mutated into another unvetted video and that you are now watching. Information and viruses share a similar tendency toward intransigence, liquid, infecting. Trying to control them is like herding cats. But to us, the IMDA and the police, the paper and the video are just composited organs of the same thing. The thing owns the screen. And this thing is the essence of neoliberal choice in Singapore today, more than 2 decades after the AGA. 2 decades after the charges against Joseph Ng and Iris Tan, the elimination of Fifth Passage Gallery, the deployment of the de facto ban on the funding and licensing of performance art and forum theater, 2 fields of practice that were proscribed for their supposed potential of subverting the single-party state. Having displaced Yao's Unheimlich, this binary choice between thing and thing is all that is left at home in the idea of the Singapore home, or space in the idea of space. The biggest change that has taken place between the last Spaces and Spacing Conference 25 years ago and this one today is ongoing outside the walls of the substation as we speak. The Earth has prematurely been bumped out of the Holocene era and into the Anthropocene. The actions of a single species now determines the geosphere and biosphere. The Singapore state and all states' regulatory apparatuses are swept aside by this all-encompassing mutation of the Earth. The thing is that which has been set in motion and can no longer be regulated by our pitiful binaries. The earth itself has always been the thing, but at a scale we could not grasp.
It's Corona time. Hey, it's Corona time right now. It's Corona time.
I mean, that is excellent.
All right, we have come to the end of the presentation. Hi Ray, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Hello.
Wing, is your video on?
No, it's off.
Is that your plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Wing and Ray. I just want to put in context why we invited them as well, and then ask them a few questions and then open it to the floor. And I'm sure Ray and Wing can then handle that immediately on their own without me. So this is a kind of a transition performance/lecture, and it leads into complexities and contradictions. And in the original thing, it was chaired by Kuo Pao Kun, and he wanted to set up these dichotomies and then ask writers to think about the tensions that lay between different kind of binary forces and excavate that. So Ray had written, looking back at Brother Kane, and he talked about performance arts and state performance. And then Lee Weng Choi had written The City and the Body. And so it is quite apt. I was very sure when we were thinking about the conference that we wanted to invite these absent bodies to be here again, but also because this would be a closing kind of performance. And so the absent bodies are here today. And maybe it's also an interesting, well, not a footnote, but a kind of a strange inflection that's happened. I had invited for one of the keynotes a very, very high up from MCCY, and he had actually said yes. And then when they vetted the conference details and they realized that both Wing as well as Ray would be on that, then there was a flurry of emails from them from the Copcoms to check what is the content of this performance, and we weren't able to give that to them in a timely manner, and so this person pulled out then. So in as much as you are absent, your absence has also created a different kind of absence from that other thing, the state. So welcome anyway. I think I have only one question for you, and perhaps I wonder whether I have forced you guys into this kind of performance. How do you feel about what you just presented, and was there a kind of performativity to this notion of absent bodies post 25 years later as well? And you can start here.
Wen, you want to kick off?
Okay, yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I think, well, the original plan, of course, was for Ray to be there. But, with the global pandemic, that wasn't possible. Ray being there had thought that beyond sort of just speaking and delivering a paper, he might then destabilize that category by entering into the audience. And of course, he couldn't do that anymore. So we thought, okay, now we are making a video, and a video also has a very anxious status in Singapore. There's a lot of control and censorship over video. And I thought that kind of worked out in the end. We could do that. I'm sorry that some of the audio isn't as clear as we would have liked. There was, as usual, there's always technical issues. When Ray and I were going through the sort of the notes of the film, it sort of dawned on me more that now he wasn't able to appear in Singapore, that the theme of missing bodies really resonated consistently. And also, the resonance with the fact that when I spoke in 1995, I also talked about the body. So there are all these sort of layers to that, and I don't know how well we managed to communicate that in the film itself. In our video presentation. Ray?
Yeah, well, I think it's absolutely delightful that that not only our bodies are missing, but the bodies of a representative of the state is also missing. And which basically comes to the end point of the video, where the point is that the thing which absorbs all bodies, and the thing that becomes everything has always been the earth, and now our relationship with the earth is one in which our bodies become absent bodies. But the presence of the earth, of course, which includes the virus and all other organisms, and yes, while we are the single species which is determining the future biosphere and geosphere of the earth, it is to our own detriment that is the case. So our absent bodies become, in the absence of the state representative, become, ever more to the point.
Is there some kind of a strange disjunct? I mean, when I watch the video, the thing that strikes me really is how strange it is to be looking back. But then also, you guys have great hair. I have to say, really a big flourish of your hair.
Yeah.
Ray Wing has so much hair. I've never seen him with so much hair. And then, of course, there's Susie's kind of like mane going on there. So what are kinds of thoughts are running through your head as you are looking back retrospectively at this thing and thinking about that renunciation of the body? And is that body still yours, looking back through the video image?
Can I go ahead, Ray? Ray, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I mean, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 30 kilograms lighter, 25 years ago. It's funny that, the film Looper with Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. They play the same character, but one is the older version, and they're like these two assassins, and they have to try to kill each other. So I've always been interested in this idea of what if you had to confront your younger self or your older self? Would you like yourself? Do you want to kill yourself? So that's always a funny thing, that you're actually two different people. So it's always strange to see video of yourself from way back when, especially that it's so situated. This is, it's not just like a holiday snap. It's something about a particular historical moment. So that's always very interesting. And I think rather than revisiting the text, like rethinking what we had presented in 1995 at the Spaces and Spacing Conference, it's interesting to have something that's charged with, these kinds of issues about how do you deal with distancing over time. So looking at the film, I think, has that kind of way of rethinking the past, that just looking back at your older ideas and trying to annotate those. So I think that's how we decided on showing the film, because there was a good way of being this time capsule.
Ray?
I didn't catch that. The good way of what?
Being a time capsule. It was a real, the film was a way of having time travel. I think more so than looking back at old text.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, entropy is so much a part of daily life. When I'm 71, so the notion of entropy, which is so linked with the particular period of minimalist art that I grew up in, Smithson and Oppenheim and others. That notion of looking at earth processes and bringing them into the gallery and bringing, having the entropic space invade the bubble or the white cube of galleries. I mean, there is this irony, sorry, just to return again, that on the one hand, you have entropy and this one of the fundamental laws of the universe, of the monodirectional that we experience of time, and on the other hand, you have the desire to control transgressions, and transgressions are these events which seem to hold back entropy for moments of time. So the fear. I'm sorry to return to it, but the fear of the government of little old us, is just so ironical that it's that the fear of transgression going back to 1993, 94, and this belief that something doesn't change, that something can be held back, that entropy can be resisted, and time does not actually pass, this notion of the fear of transgression is just, it's quite remarkable and inexplicable.
I have a quite important question, I think, in relationship to the conference and this notion of time. When I looked at the old conference, and this was in 1995, it was just after the 1993-94 incident with the Joseph Ng, and then the subsequent withdrawal of funding. And it struck me as really, really strange that all of the conference, besides yourself, nobody talked about the Fifth Passage incident at all. And just now you had a video of Susie talking about this renunciation of the body. And I think back about my conversations with Susie, and even today, there's a certain kind of lacuna she points to, and this lacuna is one of trauma and still unresolved. The very fact that the whole incident overtook even Fifth Passage potentially as a kind of a different generative space. And not only that, because there's so much writing and discourse around the Joseph Ng incident that Fifth Passage had been then in effect effaced, that body of Fifth Passage no longer exists because the body needed to be written into existence, but then nobody wrote about Fifth Passage. So any kinds of insights you can share with us on that conference?
Okay. When help?
No, Ray. I think if I recall correctly, and of course I don't, but that inclusion was, there was an expectation that Ray would discuss the controversy. So at least from the conveners, I think they knew that. The fact that, let's say, other speakers didn't allude to it directly in their main presentations, but I think some of the discussion afterwards, of course, addressed the issues.
Do you think it was skirted around too easily? Was it a conscious decision?
The notion of a feminist space, I think looking back, as mentioned in the voiceover of Subliminal, Singapore Subliminal, it's this this appearance on the scene, certainly not just then, but before as well, but of personal politics and of a reflection on community, on small communities, and what was it that was fearful, that caused the fear for the PAP and the single party state, was this possibility that which was projected upon performance art and projected upon form theater, that communities would form, which were somehow autonomous of the state, and so Fifth Passage became, in a sense, a fetish of the state in that way, the absent fetish, and the elimination of those communities, of civil society, the growth of civil societies, and certain performances, such as Joseph Ng's previous performance, which was "Don't Go Swimming, It's Not Safe," in which a community a very momentary community had to deal with a crisis within the performance itself. That performance was very interesting to me because it was one in which a community formed and then dispersed very rapidly. And a group of us later on in Malaysia were reflecting on another the crisis, which was a religious invasion of Ujung Kayu in Indonesia, and what's his name? The director of Ujung Kayu sent out an email to friends saying we are being invaded by fundamentalists, and I'm boiling water on the stove. And so we in Kuala Lumpur, a group of us, Paul Ray and Weng Choi and Chirag Kutan and myself and others began to look at what is it, what about these temporary crises, and how do you deal with them? And it was a email that came to us. We had to decide how to deal with it, and then the crisis dispersed before any action could be taken. So that seemed to be a cyber moment or a cyber phenomenon, which was very interesting. So in a sense, the end of Fifth Passage is related to that same kind of temporary phenomenon of organizations and events which come into being and then are destroyed by a single act or a single series of acts, and or by the desire of the state to eliminate momentary communities. Sorry, that's very. But
I had a lot of questions there as well, thinking about gendering and the heroic male figure that's much more easy to inscribe a kind of politics of resistance. But we have some time actually. I think I'd rather let the floor ask some questions, and you guys can also post back questions. I think it's been a long time since you've been able to look into the black box as well. So do you guys have any questions that you would like them to take? And that option is open to you as well, Ray and Wing, to post back questions here, of course. First of all, can I have people in the audience who actually know these two people to say hi?
Hi. Well, a question I would pose is what do the people who are there feel is now different and necessary, and I have to admit I haven't seen I've seen just a bit of the conference up until this point on video. But what are the issues?
Thank you. Hi, Wing. Hi, Ray. This is Casey Chu. Wing, great to see you and Ray in the space absent your bodies. I guess addressing Ray's question about what is different, and I think Cherian George attempted some thoughts on that yesterday, and I think Cherian's delivery is available online somewhere. I was catching a snatch of it before I came. But things are different, of course, from 25 years ago. The substation is still here, but it's different. And I'm just thinking that it's as Ray mentioned just now. There's some words that sort of run through my mind as I watch your presentations, and that has to do. These are the words inexplicable. And what is inexplicable to me is the problems that you all have just being here. It's inexplicable because I do not know what is it the state fears so much that prevents In Ray's case, it's simple and it's reasonable. It's the coronavirus. But in Wing's case, that is the more inexplicable issue. Except to say that partly why it's inexplicable is because as I was watching your presentation, Ray and Wing, you know, I'm a fairly educated guy, but I found most of it incomprehensible. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I've got to go back and listen to it to try and figure out, okay, what are these guys trying to say? But if I can't understand, I'm sure ISD can't understand either. It'll take them 5 years to understand what you're trying to say. So anyway, I'm just saying that, you know, it's great that you question these issues, but of course, the wonderful thing about our Lee Wing Choi, who was artistic director of the substation for 9 years, is that he brings such an intellectual focus to just what is going on in the arts and in culture that, you know, when it takes a lot of work to try and figure out what he's trying to say. But at the same time, I really welcome it and miss that. So when the time will come when you'll be back. So until then, as they say these days, 加油. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. I hope to see you in Singapore rather than in KL, because I can't remember when was the last time we met. Yeah.
Wing, I think you got questions on the YouTube channel from
Yeah.
Zihan.
Zihan has asked a whole bunch of questions. There's one question. Let me try to address this one, and I'll read it out loud. The liminal state between 0 and 1. Who has the ability to be absent and still have their absence be felt? An authority figure, but what about authority figures who are already always absent to begin with? Let me repeat that. So this question about a liminal state between 0 and 1. So you have 0 and 1 as a binary, and so what about a non-binary or a non-digital situation? And then who has the ability to be absent and still have their absence be felt? You have authority figures, but then also authority figures who are always absent to begin with. Very difficult questions. There was some discussion some time ago in Singapore about the subaltern, who gets to speak, and can the subaltern speak? That, of course, is a famous essay by Gayatri Spivak from, I think, the 90s. So some of the ideas there are, if you're so disenfranchised, you can't even speak at all as a disenfranchised person. And if you do become more enfranchised, then you no longer speak as this disenfranchised person. So in my case, you know, for all my problems and issues, I still have access to a lot of platforms. So I'm not disenfranchised. So I don't have any of this kind of self-aggrandizing delusion that I'm somehow, you know, very victimized. So these kinds of issues about floating in and out aren't so difficult for me. Whereas for others, they are, you know, very, very serious. So I don't want to think about my own missing body in those kinds of ways. So what I want to say is it's really hard to try to answer the question and answer it from a theoretical position precisely because of the great disparity and I use the word disparity rather than diversity. So if you think of diversity, you can think of a wide range. But if you think of disparity, you also have to think of, very, very different, radically different sort of categories of absence. So, it's just this kind of relative absence. So it's really hard to answer the question because you have so many disparate kinds of absences, so many disparate kinds of positions of disenfranchisement or suppression and repression, access to voice, access to platforms. I'm very, very sort of hesitant to try to theorize, except to really emphasize the wide range of things. And there are, of course, other authors and intellectuals who are, I think of someone like Shahidul Alam, who was recently incarcerated, very well known and well regarded, and someone like Spivak, writing in the New York Times, wrote, on his behalf. He was just in Singapore recently, wasn't he? I think so. Or was it Malaysia? But he's someone with pretty good global clout, and yet of course he gets arrested. There's a lot of visibility about his situation, but it doesn't seem to help his status. So while you have this kind of intellectual class and a wide range of public intellectuals are well known and regarded internationally, and some very, very small ones in small ponds. I would think of myself in that kind of category. What Cherian said was how you had this sort of the kind of lack of democracy and accountability. So authoritarian bad behavior, everyone's getting away with it these days. So you can lock up Shahidul Alam and Gayatri Spivak can write in the New York Times and scream, her lungs hoarse, and nobody gives a shit. So, as relative as it is, you still have these, problems of the state and their power to repress. So, I guess I'm just trying to map out some of the range of questions of absence. That's the best I can do. Sorry, thanks.
Ray, any response?
It's perfect that Zihan is asking the question about medial presence, and because his work is so much about re-representation and repositioning and a kind of mediality of his own body as a medium through which then a new positionality is stated. So yeah, it's something which is I think been a primary concern in his work, and I've been collaborating for some time with Zihan. I think his work is very significant in that kind of positioning and taking performance art to a place which is between theater and an acknowledgement of its theatricality and the materiality of that's been associated with sort of classic, you can say that, performance art. Then going with the stream of consciousness, the issue of the state is always medial. In a sense, it's always its pretense is that it's always representative. Even in direct democracy situations, you have this there's a kind of mediality that's agreed to, the consensus agreement to mediality. So in a classic, or in the most states, it's a situation where the state is a techno-mediation, and we hardly ever meet our representatives. They are the machine, or they are always through the machine that they're represented. So this disembodied half presence. Zihan says, I'm interested in the state of disembodied half presence, a presence that is augmented by the machine, a state between being here and not being. And that is the state of governmentality now, I would say. So yeah, just those couple of off the cuff.
We have time for one question, perhaps, from the floor, and I would welcome it if it's from somebody who maybe doesn't know Wing or Ray, and you want to ask some kind of pointed question of value judgment or existential issue. For those of you guys wondering about why we have beamed in two strange, foreign, alien, absent bodies, this is an opportunity, and
Yeah, I was going to ask Wing a very embodied question, because I see on this black screen here the name Wing Choi Lee. So my question to Wing is, did you choose that name, or was that name given to you? And if so, why?
Yeah, that's my name. When you sign in for Zoom, they ask first name, last name. So it would be like Lee Wang Choi, otherwise, or I lived in the U.S. for a long time. So for a while I lived in the U.S. and the Philippines for a long time, and for the most part of my early life I was Wang Choi Lee, and then when I moved to Singapore I became Lee Wang Choi. So in terms of that, but it is my name, yeah. Maybe I don't know if I should say this, but well, I am. I feel very uncomfortable right now. Just the whole idea of beaming into the substation. I don't want to beam in and just have my head. So I'm trying to remember the last time I was actually in the substation. I can't remember. And yeah. So it's very odd, this feeling of participating today. It's just very strange for me.
Okay, so maybe what? One last thing, and I'll pose this to you guys, and because we have two new artistic directors, Raka and Tien as well, maybe you guys can just sign off by giving them a particular vision of what you had for the substation, and wish them all the best on their next journey. Like,
well,
what is your
of course,
sense
I've
of the
known
substation?
Tien and Raka for a while. I can't remember when I last saw Raka. It's been a long time. Of course, congratulations to both. I remember Tien from the turn of the century when he was doing a big project in the substation gallery before Audrey and I moved in and took the job. So it's just, interesting to think about all the journeys each of us have made. So good luck. I don't have any comments to make.
Do you have a five-step plan to save the substation?
No, I mean, we had joked about, going to Vegas at one point.
That is a very sound plan. Step 3, I think.
Well, no, I mean, of course, Vegas is in lockdown right now, and so nobody wants to go to the U.S. Even Macau, I suppose, is in lockdown. So, I mean, good luck. And I hope to see you guys, come to Malaysia once all this virus stuff is over.
Okay, so I'll just say, I keep hearing rumors about substation moving out of the substation. So wondering what that would mean. Would the name, sort of remain as a memory of, like a species that no longer exists, but is just a sign of the species now. Like the Indonesian white rhino, which is now just a signifier of a species, but no longer a species. So is that the future of substation? I don't know. I mean, but yeah, I hope that the space that substation has always meant, which is a kind of alternative gallery, which was not driven by the primary financial market of art, the commodity.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome back. Technical solutions settled. So this is our closing armchair conversation, and if you followed our entire conference, you actually noticed that there's an arc, one that's a little bit of a curatorial conceit, but it exists, and that's a kind of inverted funnel where in the first panel we talked about the state and policies, so very large things, and then we came down to think about institutions and independent spaces. Then we talked about collectivism, or groups of people and social relations between people. And now I think one of the things we want to do with the transition from Wing is also to return to the autobiographical, to think about the personal life, but also the effect of what an individual can do, circumscribed within larger state-dominant narratives as well. So with me, we have Mr. Tay Keng Soon and Kok Heng Luan. Mr. Tay, of course, is a very renowned architect and who considers himself now a full-time Facebooker. And so he's been a public intellectual that way, sharing a lot of his ideas and responding to people on the ground very, very quickly, which I think is a new dimension there. And he's also the founding chair of the Substation. Maybe we can heckle him for some stories about Ko Pao Kun and how he started this place. And then we have Kok Heng Luan, who's the artistic director of Drama Box and a former NMP representing the arts. And I think one of the things he said that struck me, I felt was interesting, was he wanted to engage as a citizen and not just think about representing the community or the arts, but also to think about his own position as a citizen and what kind of politics he's interested in. So I'm going to start immediately, and we'll begin with a kind of an introduction. And this question is to both of you guys. So maybe you guys could share with us what you've been up to the last few months, and how would you use this practice, your last few projects, as a way of describing what you care about and what you do in Singapore.
As you say, I'm full-time on Facebook. Facebook just informed me that I have 70,000 likes. Last year was 50,000. And I'm reaching close to the 5,000 limit of friends. And all my posts are public. So I tend to respond to people who make strong statements, particularly what people call the IBs, Internet Brigade, employed by the PAP. So I take them on. And then there's another group that is, I recall the kind of, the diagram which Sharon showed yesterday, right? The white, the gray, and the black, right? I think I'm on the kind of half gray spectrum. But there's a volunteer group of whites who are trying desperately to become white. And therefore they carry balls. Yeah, in order to be recognized and therefore obtain some kind of patronage from the political system. So that's what I do. Secondly, I gave a talk at the invitation of Progress Singapore Party, Tan Cheng Bock, who has been a very old friend of mine for the last 30 years, 40 years. And I respect him because he's a very sincere person, and I only support sincere people. So right now I'm supporting Murali, who is my MP for the Bukit Batok single member constituency. And yesterday morning, I was working together with him and his committee on how to solve the conflict between bicycles, PMDs, and pedestrians. And it was a very interesting exercise because it's a ground-up exercise. I insisted on that we involved the entire community in designing a solution to the problem. Okay, so that's going on. And the most interesting thing that I think is relevant to this conference is that I completed last semester a series of lectures on aesthetics. And I would like to talk more about that because I think it's quite relevant to the arts, and because I think there's a big confusion in the arts between taste, beauty, and art, and aesthetics. And that confusion starts off from Immanuel Kant and even Aristotle, which we have inherited. And I'm very gratified that at the end of the lecture series, which was a whole semester, 4 months, the students are required to give an evaluation. And they gave me, I don't know, you're all familiar with the scoring system. It's based on 5, right? The average score in the NUS School of Architecture is 4.1, which is considered pretty good. My students gave me 4.7, which was amazing, right? Which means somehow I got across. And I think I want to really expand on this later on. But that's about all I can say for the moment. Thanks.
Maybe you can elaborate a bit more, because my imagination is that Murali will call you up and say, Mr. Kingston, I got a problem, how do we solve this? So how do you get him to expand to a kind of grounds-up workshopping rather than just giving him solutions?
Well, in the last general election, he was doing his rounds, visiting house to house, came to my house, and he brought along another student of mine, right, who was his hostel mate in Revels Hall. So that's how we got in touch. Then he invited me to join his committee on environmental infrastructure for the constituency. So I did, and I found that he was very receptive, very open. And this is something which I think we need to think about also, because throughout this whole conference, there has been this dichotomy between the artist and the state, you know. And the problem has always been, I think, a kind of characterization of the state as more or less monolithic. It is not monolithic at all. And I can give you some very good examples later on, that there are good people among the bad people. And our tactical approach is always to find those good people, to form friendships with them, and to ally with them. Otherwise, you're just crying in the wilderness. So that's the problem. So then it was not him who suggested that I should solve the problem of the PMD and bicycle conflict. I said to him that I think you should solve this problem, and I can help you do it. In other words, I programmed the whole thing. And he totally agreed. And I think that is the kind of sincerity of the man. At the Cheng Bok's session where he invited me to give a public lecture, I was asked this question from the floor. Are you political? I said, yes, I'm political. I'm very political, but I'm not party political, okay? And I gave the story of how I wrote an essay in 64, on housing, identity, and nation building. And Lee Kuan Yew called me up and had a big meeting with me in his 4-hour meeting. And we ended up having a big argument in his office. And the argument was over the preservation of kampongs, because in my essay I had said that we need to preserve kampongs because it is the repository of the gotong royong spirit, the self-community spirit, which is very important for our future. And he totally disagreed. He says, they are backward, we must destroy all of them. We must knock them all down. So we ended up, disagreeing. And then he abruptly left. 1 week later, he asked George Thompson, who was his political advisor, to call me and say, and George said to me, the man wants you to join his party. I said, what? He said, I don't not even remember. Because he wants an architect in his team, right? So I thought over it and I refused. And the reason I refused was because I said publicly and I wrote to him that I cannot join you because you are not sincere.
You said that publicly?
I said that publicly. So I can expand on why I think he's not sincere, because of Spur. Because he got his henchmen to put the screws on Spur. And so many of the Spur members resigned under pressure. So I was very annoyed with that. So I felt that was totally insincere. And therefore I ruled him off.
I think we will definitely ask you to talk a bit more about Spur, but let me ask you one last very prosaic question. Can you describe for us a day in the life of Keng Soon? What does a typical day look like and what you're doing from morning to nighttime?
Oh gosh, I get up in the, I no longer practice. I get up in the morning, I make breakfast for me and my wife. And then I send her to work. And then I come back and I'm on Facebook. And then there are so many unfinished knowledge that I'm trying to catch up on. So YouTube has been tremendous, right? And in fact, one of the things I want to talk about is how to use YouTube as a very powerful social change agent. And I will give the example of Dan Gibson, how he is through historical research, right, in the process of, I wouldn't say destroying, but in the process of deconstructing the typical Islamic narrative. Not through any ideological discussion or assertion of his personal views, but through archaeology. This is very powerful.
Well, Heng Luan, do you want to share with us what projects you are doing and maybe why that epitomizes what you do as an artist? Both within Drama Box as well as outside even.
First, must thank Substation for inviting. Also, my apologies for wearing this because I have a bit of itchy cough, throat. And you will go, and so that's why Keng Soon also has to do this. I am the artistic director of Drama Box, and we are a theatre company. Maybe I would put it in this way, probably, I'll probably share about maybe the way I approach my work. The difficulty here is that Drama Box is an entity with not just myself, but with some other artists also. And I'm sure they have their own approach in it. But generally, we sort of agree on how we want to work together. So while I call this as axioms of my own practices, so I'm very sure they have their own approach to it. I'll be very quick. There's only about 6 general principles that we work with. The first principle for me is that art is very much about change. And I go back to Lucian, who talks about how art and artists and politicians diverge. I think this is the point whereby politicians, when they deal with change, the intention is to consolidate and solidify. Make sure they continue to remain in power and they continue to get a unified kind of narratives which serve their purpose. Whereas for artists, and most of the time we deal with change, the idea of dealing with change is more about breaking down and then looking at possible new paradigms. So we're looking at both chaos and orders at the same time. And in a way, I think artists work in a very dialectical way. Then there's the other part of me which I always think that, most artists are quite pessimistic, So I borrow from this writer that I like a lot, where he says that pessimism is foresight, a Chinese writer. And he says pessimism and foresight, I take it to mean that way. That a lot of time, even we as artists, one of the key things that we always examine is human being. And the acknowledgement of pessimism would imply that human beings are never perfect. In fact, we are full of fallacies. We fail most of the time. And in fact, I think in art that we see the destruction that we make. We see the imperfection of ourselves, the darker side of us. But at the same time, we also look at the creative sides of us. So this is that first axiom. The second axiom is that I borrow from Nato Thompson, who talks about the capacity to see through powers. I think in art, which is a lot of time, is we do exercise the power of observing things. But to observe things is not just what it is, the material part of it. We do need to see through the power of it and how power operates, the power structures. And that's where criticality is important. Now it's get misty. This criticality, I personally, I owe it a lot to Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. That keeps reminding us that in the case of the oppressed, or what the oppressor does, is always to make us, feel as if we're alienated. We have a false perception of what the reality is. And thirdly, most important thing, we start to fear the future. Because we want things to be as it is so that we can continue. And in fact, the future always seems so much more scarier. And the criticality is about how to unpack all these things so that, we understand the power structure that we live in and how we exist in. And then the third axiom for our company is, or for myself, is there are no centers. There are no one centers. In fact, I think there are many centers. That's one of the reasons why in Drama Box, a lot of our work does not happen inside a theater, does not happen inside in the city center, but we do our work outside of the city centers. That's one of the reasons why the work are always at housing estates, outdoor spaces, and the project will move from place to place. So that discourses happen not in so-called one places, but it can happen in many, many places. And at the same time, this kind of space, I think we hear the word that it must be safe a lot of time, or it must be open. I recall how Rebecca Solnit talked about democracy, where the way she described it as whereby strangers can meet strangers and strangers can quarrel with strangers and coexisting in the same space. A lot of time, and I think in Singapore, the states do take the point of, you can only talk about politics at certain places. We've done certain projects whereby they refuse for such projects to be opened. But they will say, do it indoor, and I will get all my leaders to come and go through this because they are more responsible. I have a lot of problem with that kind of narratives that comes from the state. So how do we actually, in this kind of, when we start to have different centers, how do we actually get people to listen to each other and participate and actually be safe? And then the next part, which is important in our work then, is participation, where I see participation as relation building, as well as critiquing the current power dynamics. Participation is not just about getting involved and be happy and you're part of it. I think participation is a critique on how power are being organized. You need to organize it, you need to scaffold it, but importantly, the participation requires a lot of research and a lot of, which is the next part I feel important, a lot of listening. I've talked a lot about what I call as the listening with vulnerabilities, whereby you listen in the process. How you create a participation whereby you listen to some other people as well as to listen to yourself. Listen to your own judgment, listen to your fear, listen to your desires. Then you can understand other people's judgment, other people's fear, and other people's desire. Then you can have a proper dialogue. How do we actually create this kind of space to listen to each other? And lastly, which is what I call as hope and imagination. I hope that doesn't sound too lofty. But in Boal, Augusto Boal, when he describes aesthetic space, he described the aesthetic space as one that is pentadimensional. Because he does theater, so he explained it in theater whereby the individual human being right in the center is a three-dimensional space. But therein lies another two space, the memory, that help us to remind who we are, what we have done, what were the things that had happened around us, and our own experience and other people's experience. Then the next dimension is imagination. And it is built on this memory that imagination take leap and fly. And it is in this imagination whereby hope exists. And we know that if there's no hope, there's no point doing anything. So, in essence, most of Drama Box work is not very much about what the artists or I want to say. I'm more interested in what the people I'm working with has to say. And then, how do we create that kind of a space that allow imagination to take leap? And at the same time with criticality. Yeah, that's what I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's get to some nostalgic recounting. Because I think we think about the conference and its transgeneration across 25 years, and I think there's some worthwhile and historical insights and continuity there. So I'm going to ask both of you guys a question. And so for King Soon, architecture in the 1960s used to have a very political and social vision, and it was oftentimes very utopian. And you mentioned the Spur just now, Singapore Planning and Urban Research. And you are also famous to choose self-exile in Malaysia from 1974. So maybe you can share with us a little bit of that history and your thoughts there, and what led to its eventual dissolution.
Singapore Planning Urban Research Group, SPUR, was formed in 1964 by a group of architects, which included the chief planner of Singapore and the chief architect of PWD. In those days, it was unthinkable, right? I mean, today it's unthinkable that you can have a public sector and private sector kind of organization in the same committee, you know. That wasn't going to last, but eventually the sheep and the goats there was a line drawn, and therefore I don't know who are the sheep, who are the goats, but the separation was made. One of the major activities was, well, we spent a whole year educating ourselves about planning in Singapore. And so that was a huge learning exercise for ourselves before we began to make public pronouncements. One of the important public pronouncements which I headed was to move the airport expansion, which was planned for Paya Lebar Airport, with two other new runways in addition to the existing one. this would have meant the flight path coming in from the south and emerging in the north would have sterilized 1/4 of the whole of Singapore, right? Here's very interesting. How did we come to know that? One of the engineers in PWD, Public Works Department at that time, smuggled out a master plan that showed the plan to us. I was totally flabbergasted by the plan. I called a press conference and announced that this is untenable and it should not take place. And that there was a decision, announcement made by Britain, by I think Harold Wilson, the Prime Minister at the time, Labour Party, that the British government policy was to pull out east of Suez. So in other words, all the British bases east of Suez would be scuttled by 1971. And therefore, I suggested in the press that the airport expansion should not take place in Paya Lebar, but should take place in Changi Airport. The then Permanent Secretary of Ministry of National Development, Mr. Howe Yun Chong, was so annoyed, right? Scolded me publicly in the newspaper and told me, to look after the drains and the footpaths, which I'm doing now. But to his credit, he then championed it within the civil service and the government, which led to the eventual movement of the airport to Changi. So Changi is directly the result of Spur. Secondly was in the 1968, 67 sale of land by URA. They produced brochures that demarcated the land and simulated what developments should go on there. And to my horror, I saw there was a 12-lane superhighway cutting through the whole city, which was kind of announced surreptitiously through the land sales program, right? So again, I called a public a press conference and said this is unacceptable. And there was a huge outcry by the politicals, and we were under pressure by the bureaucracy, and that plan was scrapped. And the result of that plan, first of all, there was a need for the east-west highway connection. And that took the form later on of Benjamin Sheares Bridge, right? So I think we had a contributory function in that, not directly, but indirectly. Why I was so annoyed was that by 1960, around that time, we had organized an exhibition, a public exhibition in Elizabeth Walk, which is now called the Esplanade, right? On Singapore's environment, past, present, and future, right? And we built a huge outdoor exhibition center next to the cenotaph. And we had photographic exhibition, huge photographs and so on. And in that exhibition, I invited Lee Kuan Yew to officiate at the opening. He couldn't make it, but he wrote a very glowing forward to our brochure that said that Spur is a very dedicated group, and we have all, and they have all our respect. Okay, he couldn't come, but so he sent Rahim Ishak, one of the MPs, and so I had the unfortunate experience of bringing him around to show him the exhibition. And as I showed him the photographs, he got more and more annoyed. And then he stopped abruptly at a photograph which I showed HDB flats, and the next picture is chicken coops. And he was absolutely furious. So the next thing I knew was George Thompson then called me and said, "We've got to get rid of it." So the next morning at 6 a.m., I brought a pail of white paint together with George and we painted it out. That's compromise. Okay, so Spur was respected by LKY, but eventually fell out of favor. And Spur members were under pressure to resign, otherwise they would not get any research funding or research data. And these were members that who had joined Spur from the sociology department at the university and various other academics. So they started resigning. And what really got my goat was, I went to New York at to the Singapore Mission in 1976, and I saw the Spur publications proudly displayed on the reading racks for visitors to our Singapore Mission in UN. And when I got back, I said, this is absolute hypocrisy. On the one hand, you boast that you will have democracy in Singapore because you have alternative views, but on the other hand, you put screws on our members. That is the reason why in 1968, when Kuan Yew asked me to meet him, to discuss joining him, I said that you're insincere. So I refused. And thereafter, I was severely put into the black section of the black box. Yeah. Anything else you want to know?
Very telling, already. Well, I mean, let's move to Heng Luan. There's so much there to unpack. Heng Luan, maybe let's fast forward to the 1990s. You were also a programmer here at the substation, and well, can you talk about what kind of cultural climate that was just after the Joseph Ng incident? And actually, if you guys are not familiar with the Joseph Ng, maybe you can talk a little bit about that. The branding of Haresh Sharma and Alvin Tan as Marxists, and thinking about, and this was also quite close to the 1986 Marxist conspiracy, right? And yet Drama Box wanted to continue to do forum theatre, knowing that it's a pariah. Could you share with us why you felt this theatre of the oppressed was so important to you, and how you felt people have responded then and maybe now also?
I was at the substation. I was working here from 91 or 92 to 93 meet. So that's that's before Joseph. But it's here that I met Joseph. It's here that I met people like Mender, Zai, and see their work here. I think substation at that time was just so many things happened that you just get blown over. I mean, when we were running programs here, there were not a lot of staff, so we have to clean, we have to sweep the garden. We found snakes. You have to call, pest control, and you may have a traditional performance here, and then out there, the next moment, you actually have a punk rock band performing out there, and it's just eclectic. I think that part of the substation, I think, was something quite what I would call as a fantastic placemaking kind of project that happened here. And I think I asked Bao Kun, why you want so many different things here? It's making me as a programmer life really difficult. How do you sell it to people? And he just said, look at the name. It's called the Home for the Arts. So the home is a place where people can come and then be comfortable and try things. But I do remember once there was this exhibition called The New Criteria, which that was Daniel, who was also from Fifth Passage. And in that particular exhibition, some of the work were highly controversial and difficult. And I remember one evening, one of the board members came in and came to PK and said, how can you allow this kind of offensive work to be at the substation? Well, PK with his usual brand of, smiling.
I remember that. That was the boy peeing into the...
Yeah, Vincent.
Beer barrel.
Yeah, so that was that thing. And I remember PK smiling and said, and he defended the work. And he said, that's what this place is. So I think that time you were still the chairperson, right? Hing Sun?
I can't remember, but you see the back wall behind the courtyard? Pao Kun allowed the artists to just do graffiti on that wall.
Yes.
And then at that time, this hall was there was a negotiation going on about this hall being sponsored by
Guinness.
Guinness.
Yes.
Yes. And one artist drew a beer barrel with a young boy peeing into it. And that apparently offended the
Guinness.
Yeah.
No, this is a different issue already. This one was about branding issue. But Pao Kun defended it.
What?
Pao Kun defended the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. But he solved the problem by saying to all the artists that at the end of every month we will paint out all the paintings to give chance to the next lot of artists. So that was how the problem was solved.
But then we had other problem with that wall because NHB claimed that the wall is theirs. So there's some other issues that come with it. After that, I went to TNS, and it was in TNS that in '94, that's where the Joseph Ng happened. I think it happened on the 31st of December in '93. When we were in TNS, I think somehow the two things came together, both the F Forum Theatre as well as the Joseph Ng incident came together. I don't think the experience is anything that is quite pleasant. Until now, I can't still know for sure how true it is, that moment that we do feel that we were being followed, but I don't know how true that is, because there were signs, that there were conversations, there was so much indications that some of our staff members were being followed. And they made it known to some of our staff members, meeting them and talking to them. And I'm talking about people from ISA. And I think during those periods, we were really thinking about whether in TNS we could continue our work or not. And there was always that preparation that we should just close. Or I remember there was this conversation one day when things seems to be the forces are so clear, that we had a meeting amongst all members of the company just to say, now let's just look at what's ahead and how many of you or how many of us would actually want to consider at this moment to still stay in the company or to leave the company. I think it's just so that you don't feel the additional pressure, because the specter of the Marxist conspiracy is real. And if you see, there's always a trend that 66, 76 was Pao Kun, 86 was Marxist, 87 was Marxist conspiracy. Then we're looking at now, this is 94. Will it happen again? So the specter was true, was real. But I remember when the news article came out, saying with those horrible pictures that make both Alvin and Harish look really like Marxists. Because the way they printed it, they sort of make it very dotted and they really look quite hideous. We hated those photos. I remember that evening, after the news, the article was out, we were in the office trying to deal with the aftermath, what to do next. Schools were probably going to call us and say, why are you doing work in our schools? I remember that evening, we were still in the office, rushing out another report with the Zhao Bao, who was trying to respond to the report in Straits Times. And then we had to go out and get our dinner, and I went out with Harish. I think that's where the part where you see an artist, still having to deal with their everyday living. We still need to eat. We still need to face people out there. While in the press, you have big pictures of saying that this guy is actually probably a Marxist. And when we were out there buying food, inside my mind, I kept thinking, why must the artist be subjected to this kind of scrutiny or even accusation? Yeah, so those were the experience when I was in TNS. But when we started to do, but as Drama Box, you know, one of the things that when I was doing, after I left TNS, I went back to Drama Box. There was a project that we did called the Vagina Lock over here, which the government, NAC had so much problem, and they didn't want to give us the funding. And we had a protracted kind of a conversation with them. And there was this conversation that time was Chu Tiam Siu, who talks about how, because he came from Park Sport, right? He says that, you know, if you know in the garden, and then if there are some things that are, you know, if you have infestation, you probably need to get rid of that infestation. And I thought, okay, enough is enough. But, you know, even in my contestation with the state that time, that same year I actually got my Young Artist Award. Then I'm like, okay, how do I square this thing up, right? So this moment they don't quite like me. The next moment they give me a Young Artist Award with 10,000. So I took that 10,000. I didn't go to Augusta for a while, so I went to Canada to learn forum theatre with another teacher, David Diamond. And I came back. And then a radio station who was going to revamp asked me, can you come up with interesting programs so that we can do? So I said, why don't we do radio forum theatre? And we did radio forum theatre for a year, every morning, in the first half of the year, just doing forum theatre. And then I started to think about what if I start to do it out in public. And the thing that I know very clearly is that I don't want to do it inside a theatre. Because when you do inside a theatre, I'm probably talking to the converted. Honestly, I'm being naive. But yeah, we went outdoor, and I applied for grants. No, I applied two things. I applied for grants and I applied for license. And during that time, if you want to do interactive performances, you have to pay $10,000 deposit. And as a company, that's really a lot for us. But I just tried to apply, thinking that they will say no to us. So we were going to do this in Toa Payoh, outdoor. And we put in the application. NAC rejected our grant. We were on major grant. We on project grant. That one I expected. But the censor, that time I think is CID, still CID. They asked us what it was. Then they gave us the license without having to pay the $10,000 deposit. So we went ahead. And then it reminded me of another thing. I think sometimes the bureaucrats are quite, amnesia, they don't remember things. And that got proven again the next time when we submitted a proposal called by the MINDEF to do citizenship issues. I think it was Remaking Singapore or something like that. So in it, I wrote, we wanted to do something called, we want to do forum theatre. Honestly, that time I didn't use the word forum theatre. I went for the interview, and that time it was chaired by David Lim, who was the acting minister for MITA. He listened to the whole thing. The whole group were they asked a lot of questions. How do you mitigate if people, have weird solutions and things like that? We talk about facilitations and everything. And then they seemed very pleased with our proposal. I went back. I thought about it. I was like, oh, I didn't tell them it was forum theatre. Maybe I should tell them. Stupid, right? I wrote to them. I called them and I said, hey, actually it's called forum theatre. So they went to check on us. They call up the schools to know how we do it and everything. And then they call me and say, okay, we want you to do, can you don't do forum theatre? Do another way, So we do something what we call a simultaneous dramaturgy. Okay. But separately, a few weeks or months later, I met David Lim in one same occasion, and he was sitting beside me. And he said, if you had not told us that would have gone through. I think all this tell you a lot of things. That sometimes the power that is who fear so many things tend to forget many things also. They have too many things to look out for. But the thing here is that we must not have that memory. We must remember. We must last longer than them. I mean, look at King Sun, he's still here. After so many years. Yeah.
Well, that's a good transition to ask the next question, which is the how. How do we engage the state, right? And King Sun, you say this so many times, you're political but not party political. And then Heng Luan, you were an NMP, actually joined the dark side there. So in other words, you guys have both been quite critical of the state, but then you also take very conscious efforts to engage the state. So maybe you can share about why you think that's important, but more importantly also because Singapore is so dominated by particular state machinery, then how do we do the how?
Friends in important places are very important. The government, the political system is not monolithic. It appears to be monolithic. It wants you to think it's monolithic, but it isn't, okay? I'll give you a few examples. In 1971, Lee Kuan Yew took action against all the newspapers in Singapore except Straits Times. So Nanyang Siang Pao, Sin Chiu Ji Pao, Sun, the Sun, the Eastern Sun, and the Singapore Herald. So all of them got their licenses cancelled, and there was a whole story about them being Marxist Communist front operations, and also pushing communal lines, Chinese communal lines, and so on. And in the case of Singapore Herald, it was deemed to be a foreign front operation to destabilize Singapore. Okay, so its license was removed, and the reason for Lee Kuan Yew's hatred for the paper was because of its editor, who is a guy called Francis Wong. Francis Wong is a very gifted writer, journalist, very critical, very sharp mind, not easily intimidated, doesn't follow the rules easily, so he got on their nerves. So they pulled the license. So I then organized a team of people to take over the whole newspaper on the grounds that we are 100% Singaporean cooperative. And we appointed Tommy Koh to be the chairman of this proposed cooperative. And then we applied for the license. That was on a Saturday. We had a meeting with Mr. Rajaratnam, who was the minister in charge of granting the license. And he says, you come on Monday and you make the application on Monday, giving us the impression that we would be given the license. Of course, we also knew that Lee Kuan Yew was in Helsinki on Sunday to challenge the International Press Institute in Helsinki, because the International Press Institute was very critical of the Singapore government action against the newspapers, deeming it a typical case of state overbearing control over censorship of newspapers. So we applied on Monday. We didn't get the license, of course. And Lee Kuan Yew then said that when he was asked by the journalists in Helsinki, why didn't you give them the license? And he says, he just waved it aside and said that it was just a ploy, okay? And that was the end of the story. But the important lesson is that we made a good friend in Tommy Koh, okay? Because when it came to of Pao Kun and substation obtaining the grant from the government, Tommy was instrumental. So it's very important. So Tommy is a very important person. That's why he's not a minister, you see, because he has a mind of his own. He doesn't blindly follow the rules, right? So he's not a minister. But I think they respect him. And he was finally comfortably ensconced in UN, a bit neatly put out of the way. But he still remains as an important, positive voice, a voice of conscience within the political system. So Tommy had an important role. But I got my dates a bit screwed. When you all say that the substation was 1990, it was much earlier than 1990. Maybe by 1990 was when it was officially given the
September 1998.
no, but we were operating before that.
There were some trials.
Yeah, because it was in the 80s that I began the conversation with Pao Kun. Because my office was in the opposite, in the Wills Clinic upstairs.
It would have taken some time for the substation to be renovated, right?
Yeah.
1 year maybe?
More than that.
Oh, so that's the point. It got started in 1988 maybe, and then by 1990 it opened. But there was all renovation work, no operations there.
No operations, but there were meetings and a lot of groups were meeting already. Yeah. And just to point out one thing, you see the pipe up there, the purple color, right? There's a story to that. You want to know? I did the design for the substation together with Pao Kun, and then I was of course on the blacklist, right? So I couldn't be the architect to do the job. Anyway, if it was going to be funded by government, then Public Works Department had to do the job. So they appointed Public Works Department, then assigned it to one of the girl architects who happened to be my student, right? She's a feisty lady. And in those days, she wanted to turn this whole thing into some kind of a funky art place. So the ceiling was painted purple and cream and all kinds of colors, And Pao Kun was totally dismayed. So asked me to intervene, I know this girl, Actually, she happened to be the daughter of Fong Swee Suan. Amazing. So there's a political background, leftist political background to this girl. So she threw a tantrum and cried and everything. This was a big drama here. Tears of blood was spilled. Because Pao Kun wanted this just to be painted black.
So the purple is her tears.
No, so everything was painted black except those few pipes.
One concession he gave.
Yeah, which was a concession to her. So this is a historical memory.
That is wonderful, actually. We shall always point to that now.
Yeah. But the other thing about the dates is that 71 was the Singapore Herald. That got me into already in the black in the black box. Then 74, together with a few others, I organized the anti-US bombing demonstration in front here at the US Embassy, where we presented to the ambassador, right?
This is Spur or?
No, this is a private group of people from university, from some members of the church. Vincent Cheng, I think, was one of those. Francis Koo, a few others, yeah. So we were all kind of lumped together as, Marxists and fellow travelers, right? And this is something which I regret to this day. Something which was mentioned by, yesterday, what's his name? The Indian guy? No. No, this morning, was it? Yeah.
This morning, Subhas.
The guy who sings poetry.
I think you would like the description, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, who sings poetry, right? Yeah. He talked about the importance of place. And to my greatest regret till today, I did not realize the importance of the bus stop in front of. As a town planner, I'm ashamed of this, I didn't realize the importance of the bus stop in front of the US Embassy, because we could have jammed the whole road by people pretending to wait for the bus, and therefore having the political cover without which you dare not be there, see? So this was the kind of political navigation which I think the arts community is beginning to learn how to navigate, because it is not a simple case of them against us. It's a question of where do you find, how do you identify a temporary zone in which you can operate. That's why I say I'm very political. You have to be political. If you want to be an artist in Singapore, if you're not political, you are illusional.
Let me maybe sum that up as friends in right places, and then sharpen that question for Heng Luan as well. And one of the things, Kay Soon, is you also were active in a time when maybe the party was less consolidated. It was made up of a lot of individuals who were not brought through that system in a very disciplined way. So today, for an artist even, how do you begin to find the right kind of patronage and support? And Heng Luan, maybe you can share about that and think about your experience with the NMP process, and do you think that has opened up a new dimension for you as an artist?
Initially, I thought I want to share another story, but if it's about, I think as an NMP, there's one part that I don't do very well, is to manage those political connections with these people out there. I guess maybe it's also because how I've positioned myself in the parliament, speaking on a lot of other issues that most of the PAP MPs are, allergic to. So, but what it turns out was, I remember at one point, there were, I think, the Sungai Road petition, right? Or there was a Sungai Road issue that was going around. Some people was there. And so I think all MPs got a letter, from the Sungai Road activists, Sungai Road market activists. I remember getting phone calls from, or getting that kind of a signal from the MPs were, hey, you will be talking about this, right? I said, yeah. Okay, then you talk. So they sort of, recede, and they say, no, since you are there, you will talk about this, and we don't have to talk about the Sungai Road thing, because you're there to represent the voice. And I think my time in the parliament, I kept thinking about, should I have actually tried to make more connections with all these people in power and in position and make friends with them? Personally, it's a bit difficult for me. So I'm not a very good conversation person with people whom I don't quite agree with when it comes to ideas. I don't mind listening to them, but I think I can listen to them, but up to some point I'll say, enough, I don't have to be doing the same thing with you in some way. So I'm not saying that there aren't friends there. There are some friends now.
I want to jump in here, I think, from my experience, your personal integrity is the most important ingredient for the kind of support you get. And the support that you get may not even be known to you.
Yeah.
Right? It's your personal integrity that's terribly important, right?
Yeah, thank you for that.
And later on, I want to talk about the relationship between integrity and art, and aesthetics, because I think that is a crucial aspect of artistic practice, right? Because and this is exactly Pao Kun's position. Because they respected Pao Kun's integrity, they could deal with him.
I think KS, no, King Soon. That's where one of the stories I want to share was one of the protests that I organized. I wouldn't say a protest, it's a petition that we organized. I can't remember the year already. So it was about the mother tongue. What the Minister of Education at the time said, that he wanted to sort of reduce the PSLE ratage of mother tongue. So a number of us, 3 to 4 of us, actually came together to organize a petition at Hong Lim Park. So when we started to do it, first we appeared as anonymous, then somehow our names got leaked, and then everybody knew who we were, that we were the organizers. And by then we got a lot of indications that the state is quite unhappy, or they actually, through various people, they came to talk to us, hoping that we would not organize the petition at Hong Lim Park, and or else it would create, disorder. And in fact, then there were also some of the older activists who were around in the 60s also called me and said, "Are you sure you want to do this? Because if it's about mother tongue, the next thing you'll be branded as a Chinese chauvinist." And those were real moments whereby, you're like, should we do it or not? But one of the organizers is a good friend of LKY. By the time LKY was a senior minister, I remember on the day of the petition, it was at Hong Lim Park. 2,000 over people came to sign on the petition. They were all very cautious. In fact, we were telling people, after you finish signing, you just go off. Let's not gather because the police are around. Let's not get into trouble, we just do the petition. And I remember we were also wondering what Lee Kuan Yew would be doing. And I remember those moments then. But however, very interestingly, that good friend was asked to have a private meeting with Lee Kuan Yew about one of the projects that they were doing. So our friend has to go, and that left us at the site. And we were like, oh dear, what would happen? 2,000 over people came, we had 2 hours of window to sign, and people come and go furiously, and then later gather together to listen to what was the number. And I always remember that moment because people were cheering that so many people are supporting the petition, but at the same time, inside me, I was like, let's not get into a kind of trouble over here. After we submitted this petition, the government responded, and in fact, then I'm not saying that the petition caused the change of the government's decision, but what happened was that by then they were very hurt in voice at the ground, and Lee Hsien Loong came out, to do a briefing, actually a press conference at the Istana, to say that this is not what they were going to do, and it was misleading messaged. I think the minister sort of apologized, that he didn't mean what he said. And this part actually is very interesting because when my name was being put up as NMP, I knew very clearly by then who were some of the people there who probably would not like me to be there as an MP. I have a feeling. But yet, I still find my place. It's there. I've organized protests, I've done forum theater, I've done this or that. So again, I think the voice of that 2,000 people who were signing the petition are important stakeholders. And I think they are important because beside the power that would be your friends, I think your friends are also the people whom you relate to and whom you do the work with. And you cannot forget that they are there. And in fact, that was one of the things that helped us to get a place to do our recent production in Telok Blangah. Because in a way, when we were doing the project in Telok Blangah, the people there were a bit worried that we were having political, and I'm talking about those people who were in the in the RCs and in the PAs, who were worried that we had political intention of engaging a block of one-room flats residents. That especially if Heng Luan, does he have a political intention? Does he even want to run? Does he want to join opposition party? But I think one of the things that in the end, they still allow us to do the work there because we've done quite a long time. I think Shirley is there, spending so much time with the community and the residents there. And the residents are knows that a project is going to happen with our participation, with their participation. So in a way, they are your supporters. And in fact, they are the reason why you can continue to do the work.
So an artist cannot be a solitary figure. Now maybe I would like, Keng Soon, you obviously want to talk about arts and integrity, so maybe you could share a bit of your thoughts and Heng Luan can respond, and then we'll open up the floor to also respond to Keng Soon.
Yeah, I'll talk about architecture because that is my field of art, okay? And architecture is of course always very political in the sense that we are dealing with society. We are also dealing with, particularly when we are doing large public projects like shopping malls, People's Park Complex, that kind of thing, or KK Hospital, right? But when you're doing a house, I don't think it is a different dimension. And where your integrity and the kind of behind the scenes support is absolutely crucial. I'll give you a few examples. When I was doing a lot of research work on high density, low rise housing, because I believe that we need high density because we don't have enough land, so we need compact housing. But the housing should be close to the ground, so that a lot more people will be able to mingle on the ground plane, and therefore develop a more healthy kind of social relations, community spirit, and so on and so forth. And I was invited by Rotary Club to present my ideas because I had done a piece of research on one of the precincts in Toa Payoh at the time. And I found that the plot ratio there was only 1.75, which is very low, but the buildings were 10-story high. And in my research work, I found that I could easily do 4-story buildings, right? And with each block would be a kind of ring block that surrounds an open field in the center, the size of a football field. So it was incredibly stunning. So when I presented this, the HDB was totally annoyed, and because it was showing up their incompetence. So the head of HDB at the time, Teh Chang Wan, was chief architect, and later on he became minister. He was dead against me. Now, having kind of exiled myself for 10 years in KL, I had lost my practice position in Singapore. I wanted to come back to restart my professional career in Singapore against all the odds. I had worked on a theoretical project for one of my clients, who is a very shrewd businessman, unprincipled in many ways, who refused to pay my fees. And he sold the land on which my project was, my design was on his piece of land. He sold it to one of the biggest developers in Southeast Asia, Mr. Robert Kwok, right? And I submitted my plans. I mean, he did me a favor by selling the land together with me as architect, on condition that I was reappointed by the new owner of the land. That was his smart way of not having the necessity to pay me, right? So the land was encumbered with me. So this was the most important developer. I submitted my plans, and they came up being turned down by the planning department, URA. So I asked another friend who is a member of parliament, right, who happened to be a Spur member, right, Mr. Padma Salvadore from Rodak and Davidson at that time, the big law firm, who was on the Ministry of National Development Review Committee. So he was in direct relationship with Teh Cheang Wan, who was then the Minister of National Development. So he went to see the minister on my behalf, say, what's the problem? Minister says, he's so smart, he can do high density low rise, let him do it, right? And I knew it was impossible because the planning department had given me a set of performance criteria which was absurd. It was impossible to comply. So I knew that this was a political game. So I asked Padma to then speak to him, say, what do you want? Oh, then the minister, Teh Cheang Wan said to Padma, I want him to recant, to say that his high density low rise ideas are wrong. So I wrote a letter, and I know that Teh Cheang Wan is not good in English. So I wrote a letter that my ideas about high density low rise housing is not practicable in Singapore. I didn't say it's not practical in Singapore. He doesn't know the difference, you see. So my friends in HDB told me that when he received that letter, he was on the 25th floor, MND building. HDB was a few floors below that. So he came down to the HDB section and waved the letter and said, Teh Keng Soon has recanted. He has recanted, you see. So I got approval after that.
Is this what you mean by lack of integrity, that they were not willing to contest your idea but go around that to get you to recant?
No. To me, they were lacking in integrity. I wasn't, right? I refused to kowtow, okay? But the price to pay for not kowtowing is that you will never get approval. And therefore, for me, it's disastrous. I'm dealing with one of the biggest developers in Southeast Asia. And I was trying to come back to Singapore to restart my practice. And if it is known that I'm being blackballed by the powers that be, I'm done for, right? So this was the thing. And the important lesson that was gained from that, the consequence of that was several years later, Teh Cheang Wan committed suicide, right? Because of corruption, okay? And Mr. Dhanabalan took over because Dhanabalan was trusted by Lee Kuan Yew because he's a religious person and a man of integrity. So he was brought in to clear house, to clean up the mess in MND when there was suspicion in MND that Teh Cheang Wan's corruption could not have happened without the complicity of his colleagues there. So they were all in the deep shit, right? And Dana was there. And Dana respected me because, right, of my activities in the saving of Singapore Herald, right? And my activities in the anti-US bombing. So he recognized in me the kind of integrity.
Can I just jump in a bit?
And it was important because then he saved my life again, right? In the case of the KK Hospital, which I won as a design in the design competition, right? And when PWD took over, PWD then changed the site from the existing KK hospital to the cemetery site opposite, right? And they cancelled my contract. And Dana Balan then I had a meeting with Dana Balan, and Dana Balan says this is totally wrong and unfair, and do something about it. So I got back the design work. You see, that's how KK Hospital got built, right? So again, the importance of your integrity. Your integrity, right, must if it resonates with people of integrity on the other side, right, then you have a chance.
Right. Bearing in mind that we are over time, I want to speed things along quickly. So I'll ask you guys to be more, plead with you guys to be a bit more direct with your answers, and then so we can ask the floor as well. So King Soon, just a quick one on that one. If you talk about integrity, what is your sense of arts and integrity in today's atmosphere? And then maybe Heng Luan can also follow up, and then we open to the floor.
I think there's a lot of confusion in the relationship between art and aesthetics, right? And I think the confusion is very deep. It almost suggests that there is a philosophical split between the Western mode of thinking and the Asian mode of thinking. Okay, I would characterize it as Tao versus the logic, Western logic. Okay, I mean the whole issue of aesthetics in the discussion in the West, right? From Aristotle was truth equals beauty, right? And then from Immanuel Kant, it was his focus was on the immanent within the practice, within taste and beauty and art. He could not separate out what the immanent meant, you see. The immanent meant aesthetics. Aesthetics as a fundamental discipline, autonomous of culture and ideology. This is the point I made earlier on yesterday, you know, that the confusion is to mix up taste, beauty, and art. They are not. In fact, taste, beauty, and art are underpinned by aesthetics. But aesthetics is autonomous, right? So this is the critical thing.
Luan, would you like to respond to that, and then maybe have members of the floor as well?
And I've been thinking about, we've been talking about arts and the space that it creates, what kind of space. Then there's, of course, King Soon bring in this whole thing about the aesthetic. I think, for me, when we talk about the aesthetical space, the aesthetic that wants, I always go back to Ransil, where, how you actually shift sensibilities. That whole experience that as the viewer. So my focus has a lot more on the viewers than just the work itself. How the viewers actually sensibilities get challenged and shifted along those lines. I think that for me is something I feel we can talk about. And it's not just about whether it is art for a political purpose, for a socially engaged purpose, or art for art's sake. The question in the end is, can art become autonomous such that even for art's sake, you do not become...
Art cannot be autonomous. Because art is a social construct. Aesthetics is autonomous.
Yes. Okay, I go with that. As in, the aesthetic is autonomous. The question here is that art, a lot of time, which is where I'm going to about art, a lot of time, even for, when we create visual artwork, in the end, they're subjected to the market.
Yes. Culture, right?
Culture, market, and everything. So how do we look at what is being created and think back? For me, then that whole relationship with the audience becomes more important than the work itself. So the immateriality of it is more important a lot of time for me that materiality versus the materiality of it. Yeah.
This is an important moment for me to recall my discussions on this point with Bao Kun. Okay? Bao Kun comes from northern China. That's his childhood background. My family comes from southern China. There's a big difference between northern China and southern China, right? I asked Professor Wang Gangwu this question. In the last 400 years of the Chinese exam system for the scholars, where did they come from? He told me 7 out of 10 came from south of Yangtze River. So this is very important. And we are from the south of Yangtze River, okay? Now, what is the difference? In my discussion with Bao Kun, first of all, he called me for this discussion several times because I think he was exercised about it. And I think Mama looking for the cat came out of this discussion, okay? Because my point to him was that the problem with our Chineseness, of which I am also Chinese, right, ancestrally speaking, is that our practical rationality tends to override all our aesthetics. Because, as Lao Tzu put it, the Tao, which is aesthetics, right, is unknowable. It's knowable, but impossible to be articulated in words. Okay? So this is the problem. In my course on aesthetics, this is precisely the problem I attack. Okay? Now, Bao Kun asked me, why do you think so? I said the problem, one of the fundamental issues is this: the script itself. The moment your script is pictographic, to that extent, your abstractions result from the diagrammatic, the pictographic image that you assign to the meaning of that word. If the notation system of your language is alphabetical or numerical, then the notation system, the denotation of the cognitive categories, right, becomes abstract. Therefore, is non-prejudicial to your understanding. So therefore, we have a fundamental problem as Chinese, right, that our mental processes themselves, which is something which our friend this morning talked about, which I wanted to respond, but I can't talk from the floor, is that until and unless we deconstruct our own identity, which is related to our language, which is related to our script, which is deeply embedded, it is the deep state within us. Therefore, we are totally self-indoctrinated, right? By which the political system utilizes to control us. See, that's why the only autonomy left is aesthetics as a separate autonomous discipline of its own. To put it simply, aesthetic is the grammar of form, right? You cannot have an intelligible utterance in verbal language without a grammar, right? So the grammar is the aesthetic in that sense, right? And until and unless artistic expression understands this, you are forever working within the constraints of culture and ideology.
Could you share with us one moment or illustrative moment where you feel
I can tell you straight away. When I come into this building, when Bao Kun was here, the word substation was in this freehand script by Tan Su Hian, right? Today it has been industrialized. Why? Because ideologically, whoever designed all the words, every signboard that you find outside there is industrial script, which means that ideologically, the industrial aesthetic has dominated you. That is why I asked the question to Wing Choi. Is your name Lee Wing Choi or your name is Wing Choi Lee? He has been dominated. And he has accepted it. I refuse my name to be called Keng Soon Teh. But unfortunately, in my email, I cannot do otherwise. Because the damn system does not allow it.
Maybe you should reject the email system.
I can't.
To claim back your autonomy.
I can't.
This is a good moment
this is
also.
the tyranny of industrialism.
Does anyone want to speak for or against the tyranny, and anyone wants to pose some questions to Keng Soon and Hin Luan?
Hi, I'm Tian. Thank you for the sharing. I just wanted to sort of mention one point was that, one is that I think the conversation for the whole 2 days is meant to carry on forward for everyone to think about and to keep the dialogue going. So two, the other point I want to sort of, maybe we've forgotten to sort of raise it maybe, because I think earlier on I was talking about how if we think of institutions or states as entities, we can also think of them as entities that have humans within them. But I thought that what Keng Soon has raised as an example of Teh actually blocking the thing is that we also, maybe we can't forget that there are individuals who would also cloud the judgments of entities, which I think is quite important to sort of think of how the fluidity is not just that we can see good in the fluidity of humans inside entities like institutions and stuff like that. Is important to see them as a way of making something good for the world, through the entities of being in the entities. But you could also see bad in how that the bad can also be enacted by the humans. I think in this, I thought that was quite interesting to sort of think about. The third thing I wanted to raise was that maybe there's one thing that maybe we always find that, well, 10 years or 20 years, 30 years, nothing has changed. But what I wanted everyone to sort of think about was that actually a lot has changed. It may look the same, but I think we need to look harder to really see whether those changes are, what those changes really mean, even though they have not changed. And how can we see that? Because I think that it's easy, because we raised this idea about what happened to Fifth Passage just now, right? Like, has it disappeared? Because the only body that remains is Brother Cain. What can we learn about that, right? I thought that those things may be missed when we think that something has failed and then therefore nothing has changed. But every failure, there's something has changed, something has moved, and I thought that was important to sort of look at that.
Can we have more comments and then questions, and then let the floor, let the panelists answer? But let's take all the questions, and of course you can stay thereafter and talk to our panelists, of course, as well. Any more questions or comments that you'd like to make, either about this particular panel or the entire conference?
Hi, Lily here. Thank you for doing the talks. I'll just keep it simple. My question is about blind spots. I'm here. About blind spots. And sort of on the back of what Tian was saying, going forward, do you worry about maybe some things we're missing? Whether you want to talk it as an art space or as artists, things that we probably should be addressing or be more aware of. So for Keng Soon, when you were talking about the Changi Airport as an example, I started thinking about the rising sea levels and the issues that are there. That 50 years from now, your descendant is going to sit where you are and say what? Kind of thing, right? So these are kind of blind spots around climate crisis, fortressing ourselves against medical immigrants or climate immigrants.
Okay. Any more comments? And I'll take one from the internet, but also any more comments or questions? We'll just do all the roundup and then let them answer as they want to.
On the question of aesthetics, I can see that Kingston is really quite frustrated with this overall idea. I'm more interested in hearing how you sort of separate that. There's on the one side the aesthetics that you actually have to fight locally, and you've illustrated several times on how you actually do that with the political boards and different narrow entities. But then the aesthetics that you're talking about in changing the pictorial system into a universal kind of thinking, that's on a different level completely. So I'm just wondering how you square the two.
I think that's a long conversation you should also have privately later. But so far we've had two questions. One's about blind spots. One is how does the pictorial language shape the cognitive? Tien's one was a inspirational idea. And then let's take one more question, which I think was sort of posed to Weng Choi and Ray as well. And this is by Jay-Z, and he says, can the panelists comment on immaterial or guerrilla pop-up spaces as a way out for the arts in Singapore? And maybe this is tied to the question we asked earlier was, should the substation stay or go if it has to leave this building? I'll leave this to you guys to respond to whichever question you all want to.
I think for things to work, we probably all have to work on many fronts. I do think guerrilla ideas work, and I think we should have more. But we also should have institutional kind of setup in order to build another kind of resilience that can support the community as a whole. I think we need all these different ways working together. But the point here is that whenever there is an issue, do we actually come together and support rather than we just keep quiet? I think it was Kingswood who was, it was Sharon who was talking about, yesterday I think he was answering one of the questions whereby he was talking about when Tommy stepped up and said, Alfian is a respected artist, that helps a lot. I think as a community, we may not agree together with how we do things, but there are certain fundamentals that we all agree. And maybe we should look at these fundamentals and ask ourselves how we support each other. And with regards to blind spots, I've always been thinking that how can we enlarge our conversation here, not just amongst artists, but I don't see scientists here. I do want to see these people, because I think there must be some conversation that can happen, because the world is a much more complex world whereby we can't just talk about aesthetics or art making without thinking about how the future will change and how we can have that conversation with them. Yeah.
Kingston, do you have any closing responses or remarks?
Oh gosh, this will take another 2 hours. What is the importance of art? I don't know.
I think that's 20 other conferences. I'm not sure we can do that today. Yeah.
When you talk about climate change and what's the connection between art and climate change? Oh gosh. In other words, the question is what is important? I think that the most important thing today is to reach into the consciousness of the human being. Because in there, there was this wonderful statement by, I'm not a great fan of this Sadhguru guy, but he made one very interesting point, and that in our body itself, the body itself has a memory of at least 4 million years. It's embedded in our genetics, in our every cell. Okay? We may not be, we are not conscious of it, but I think we can become more conscious of it. When I talk about aesthetics, I'm really talking about the consciousness of your own DNA. How can the body the nature within our body is consonant with the nature outside of it. And what is the method? In other words, what is the dharma? Okay? Rather than what is the logic. I think the big issue that the world is facing today is between logic and dharma. Okay? I remember, I'll just illustrate one point. In 1919, when the Bauhaus had its first exhibition, the Bauhaus, I guess you're all aware of the Bauhaus, was that famous design school that started in Germany. In 1919, they had an exhibition, and Walter Gropius, who was the head of the school, was so annoyed by the exhibition, he scolded all the students and he scolded all the tutors. And he said this: the world has changed fundamentally from the aristocratic feudal order, and now we are moving into the industrial order, and you are still building Corinthian columns. Ridiculous. The question I want to pose to the arts community and to the science community is, are we still building Corinthian columns? What is the important mission? Right? To me, there's no greater important mission than the rediscovery or the discovery of our innate biology and the consciousness that's embedded within it, without which we cannot understand what is our role in this world. Right? Now, there's a very important corollary to this story about Bauhaus, because the Bauhaus created the aesthetics, right? Which results in this building, this kind of building, this kind of typology, this kind of art, this kind of aesthetics, okay? It's an industrialization of our mentality, right? That is the reason why the word substation by Tan Shui Hian is eliminated. What's happened? And yet when I see all the freehand drawings on the walls, right, that's the real humanity. It's not industrialized. But again, its grammatical order is somewhat lacking. I think it can be a lot better. Okay? Now the important dichotomy in the Bauhaus story is that Johannes Itten was the originator of the basic design course, which was to teach aesthetics at the fundamental body level, right? Color, sensation, texture, these are the things. And yet he was sacked by Gropius. Because when Gropius found out that Johannes Itten was a Taoist, right? And he could not see Taoism within the industrial model that he was inventing. And therefore he got rid of him and brought in all the rectangular, the Piet Mondrians and the Theodor Vandersberg and all the square forms. And that's what we have today. Rectangularity is today regarded belatedly as a symbol of modernity itself. And that is the drug on which we are all, zonked on. Okay. Get rid of it.
Food for thought. So anyway, we have come to the conclusion, and I urge you guys, if you want to stay, you can come here, of course, and talk more to the panelists, but they're also available online. I just want to, Casey has a few things to say to all of you guys, but before that, I just want to thank again the panelists for today. I want to thank Kenneth Paul Tan. Guys, I also would like you guys to give applause to Karine, who's worked very tirelessly, and as the support crew here. So thank you to all, and thank you to the substation. This conference is over now, and Casey, you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Ella. Just give me half a minute. And this is a commercial. So the thing is, there was a question of that Subhash raised earlier about the substation, and he hopes it will go on. This is not a point that is to be taken for granted. We will go on if several things happen. We continually question our existential. We continually question ourselves existentially about our relevance and our vitality and what we exist to serve. We will continue doing that, and we hope to go on. But the point is, we do need funding to go on. We get funding from NAC. We're very grateful for them. We also raise finances or donations publicly. And so I just make a quick general point to put in your consciousness that there are many things to support, but the substation is one good cause to support, and that if the fact that we have this conference like this, in the future, we will think very hard about fundraising, campaigns, and all that, and that's always going on. But if you can appreciate the work of the substation, please consider giving to us. Go to our website. There's a donation thing. Click on it. Give us your support in very concrete terms. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you everyone. Good evening and good night. Goodbye. By the way, we will have a publication that will be released maybe 6 months thereafter, and then also a set of maybe edited videos to go alongside with that, so stay tuned to that. The original conference catalog is available online. It's a PDF version. The original version will send to you guys a link to maybe if you want to have a read. Thank you.